on another overcast night here on the Cape. We are coming to you live from White House Field in Harwich. The halfway point of the Cape Cod Baseball League season begins tonight as the Orleans Firebirds, on a 3-game losing streak, look to break out of their slump against an Eastern Division rival against the Harwich Mariners. And hi again, everybody. Gareth Walk alongside my partner, Carlo Jimenez, as well as our sideline reporter, Noah Searson. Well, Orleans is in a bit of a rut right now, losing 3 straight and having won only 1 of its last 6 games. The Firebirds currently stand with a record of 7 wins, 8 losses, and 2 ties, 4th place in the Eastern Division as they enter the halfway mark of the Cape League schedule. Make no mistake, the results have been far from what this team has wanted 17 games in, but fortunately, there's still a second half of the season to turn the ship around, and the Eastern Division remains tight. First place Brewster just 3 games ahead of Orleans, and second place YD only 2 games ahead. Plenty of baseball left to decide who will advance to the Cape League playoffs. For more on this matchup, let's now go to our sideline reporter, Noah Searson, for tonight's Early Bird pregame show.
Appreciate it, Gareth. Welcome to another edition of the Early Bird pregame show. Noah Searson here alongside Carlo Jimenez. And we got a fun one tonight. Harwich versus Orleans. Big implications in the East, and let's just get right into it. Carlo, the Firebirds need this one. They're kind of reeling of late. 3 straight losses going into this one, the first time they have done that all season, and it hasn't been really pretty. Of course, there's been a lot of roster turnover due to the MLB draft, and definitely hasn't helped the Firebirds, but Carlo, I know you know the numbers. They're not great when you look at this stretch.
Yeah, it's been the roughest 3 games of the year, leaving 27 guys on base in those 3 games. That's not going to cut it, hitting just 197 as a team. Firebirds' offense has really struggled. I think that's been the biggest difference between the previous couple of weeks in which the offense was able to pick it up if the pitching wasn't there. But these last 3 games, it has been tough going for that Firebirds offense.
Well, even last night, you get bases loaded, no outs, and they didn't really have the explosion. Granted, a tough strike 3 call on Corey Hecton. But still, the Firebirds really haven't been able to muster much on offense. So it's going to be important that they get something together tonight. Another big part of that, though, will be on the hitting side, the fact that there's a slew of new hitters in the lineup between guys that just came here, Hecton, Keishel, and some others, but 2 other brand new guys debuting today. Trey Harmon, he had an at-bat at the end of the game yesterday, but this will be the first time he is starting, and when we take a look at him, first baseman from Kentucky, although he's transferring out, going to Stetson. And from what the analytics guys have told us, he's kind of a 2-outcome guy. He's got a lot of power, but very susceptible to the strikeout.
Yeah, Trey actually didn't expect to be here. He's told me before the game he was training out in Florida, getting ready for his collegiate season, got a call and said, hey, do you want to play some summer baseball? And he said, sure, I'd love to. So the Firebirds are happy to have him, and hopefully he can produce some runs for an offense that's struggling to find some.
Yeah, and they definitely needed another first baseman after the departure of Matt Goodart. He gets signed by the Philadelphia Phillies organization, so kind of fills the gap there. You also have another Firebird, and maybe the most exciting one we've had of late, Jack Bulger. He's a catcher from Vanderbilt, although due to the fact that they had the catching spot locked up by C.J. Rodriguez, played a lot of left field. That's where he's in the lineup tonight. So when we talk about Bulger as a player, Carlo, what can we expect? He's in the 5 spot tonight. Should be a big part of the lineup going forward.
Yeah, you're talking about a guy who can pretty much play anywhere in the field, which is going to be a big plus because Kelly Nicholson likes to move guys around. We've seen a lot of guys. Julio Marcano comes to mind, who's played 3 positions already this season. We haven't even played 18 games. So that will be huge defensively. And then offensively, just getting a guy who saw SEC pitching all year, and that's big. And we'll see if Bulger's able to make an impact against this Harwich team in his first game. Peyton Chatagnier, his first game as a Firebird was a lightning bolt into that offense. See if Bulger can be the same.
Yeah, you hope Bulger's that guy. He actually just got here yesterday at about 5 p.m., came to the game, and I had the opportunity to interview him. So we'll throw that interview in here, and then Carlo and I will come back after that. Appreciate it, Carlo. So I'm in the stands right now, but like you said, I'm sitting next to a future Firebird, Vanderbilt catcher and outfielder Jack Bulger. Just arrived, so of course had to make a stop at the game today. Before we kind of get into your time as a Firebird, or what is going to be your time as a Firebird. You're on Vanderbilt, made a very late run in the College World Series. I know it didn't end how you guys wanted to, but, what was that run like, and getting to play all the way till the final day in Omaha?
I mean, it was amazing. There's not much more you could ask out of a freshman season. The team was so close, and we bonded so much throughout the season, and we were just so together. And it sucks we didn't get win the final game of the season. But I mean, what more can you ask for other than getting all the way there, getting that experience, and just spending that with some of my closest friends? I mean, it was amazing.
Well, and next year certainly we'll have another great shot at it, returning a lot of guys. A lot of those guys will be playing out here in the Cape Cod Baseball League. So, when you're thinking about how exciting it is to be out here, what's it going to be like getting to take the field in almost every game you'll be playing against somebody who's on your college ball team?
Definitely a little friendly rivalry. I mean, I know Schultz and Pat are here now, but being able to play against Spencer and Dom is eventually going to get up here, and just like you said, almost every single team's going to have at least one of my teammates on there. It's just going to be fun. Little bragging rights going into next year's locker room, and kind of see who gets the most hits, and see who edges each other out at the end of the day. Should be fun.
Exactly. Need those bragging rights, especially when we're talking about, fall practices, winter practices. It'll definitely go a long way. For Firebirds fans that may not be uber familiar with you or your play, what can they expect? I know you played a lot of outfield this year at Vandy, but hoping to get behind the dish as well. And I know you're a phenomenal hitter, and that 300 sign out in left field got to be looking juicy.
Definitely. I mean, I just want to be a baseball player here. Just help Orleans win some ball games. Just do whatever I want to, or whatever I can to help this team win. And just whether that's going to be in the outfield, whether that's behind the plate, whether that's stealing a few bases here and there, whether that's trying to hit that 300 sign or 350 sign out there. I mean, just doing whatever I can and just have some fun out here. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this environment and this atmosphere. So just play baseball and just bring it back to kind of the roots.
Well, we're definitely excited to have you here, Jack. I'll let you enjoy the rest of this game as a fan, and we'll look forward to having you on the roster starting tomorrow, getting to watch you play. That's what I got for now, guys. Nice to hear from Jack right there. If the Firebirds are going to win tonight, Bulger likely has to be a big part of that. His bat in the lineup hopefully will add some spark to what has been a very lackluster offense of late, for lack of a better term. But when we're thinking about other keys to the game, Carlo, there's a lot of things you can point at. Not much has gone right the past couple of games. Boiling it down to one thing, what's your key for a Firebirds win tonight?
Got to take advantage with runners on base. This is a good Harwich team, but they commit the most errors on the Cape. So they're going to give you opportunities with guys on board. Can the Firebirds bring guys home, put some runs on, and put the pressure on this Mariners team?
Well, I'm going to go on the offensive side as well, and I think a part of that is not striking out, and that's going to be a lot easier said than done. Harwich has their ace on the mound going tonight. Trey Dombrowski had an outing earlier this year against YD, 10 strikeouts in 3 2/3 innings. He's absolutely absurd, and especially when you look at the bottom of the Firebirds lineups, you have got a lot of guys who are susceptible to the K. So if the Firebirds are going to win tonight, they can't let Dombrowski be as dominant as he's been. It's a lofty key, to say the least, but if they strike out 10 times in this one, they're not going to win the ball game, period. That's just not what's going to happen. So limit strikeouts, and when you get on base, you got to get them in. That's got to be the case. 27 left on base in the past 3 games, not going to cut it. So those are our keys for a Firebirds win today. Once again, Carlo Jimenez, he's going back to the booth. Going to have a great call tonight. My name's Noah Sears, and I'll have reports from the sidelines all evening long, but that's the rest of the Early Bird pregame show. We got no more. So without further ado, I'll send it back to Gareth Kwok in the booth.
All right, thanks so much, Noah, for that edition of the Early Bird pregame show. Carlo Jimenez is making his way back here into the broadcast booth. I know he's sprinting from the lawn area down the right field line, as he usually is. He's been working out on the cardio, and all right, Mr. Mr. Jimenez is back in.
Woo!
back in here. Let's talk about this matchup first, as the both teams right now still awaiting to take the field. But Firebirds right now on a 3-game losing streak. They've won 1 of their last 6. Harwich, meanwhile, on the opposite end. They've won 5 of their last 7. Not to mention they got the reigning player of the week in Brock Wilkin. He's in the starting lineup today at third. But, Carlo, this is a team that it's a new-look lineup from the last time they played against Harwich. And they got Patrick Riley making his debut today on the mound for Vanderbilt. So for Orleans, it's going to be some of these new guys that Harwich hasn't seen that will need to deliver today in order to snap this losing streak.
Yeah, there's already been a lot of turnover, and then you look at today's lineup with no Jared McKenzie, who plays a lot against right-handed pitchers, and Tyler Lochner's not playing for only the second time this season in a ballgame. He has been struggling with the bat, so Kelly giving him the day off. But it's going to be interesting. We're going to learn a lot about Trey Harmon. We're going to learn Corey Acton is a big name that jumps off the table for me. How will Acton play against a team that released him just a week ago?
Yeah, Corey Acton, so far he is hitless so on the Cape right now, and he was released from Harwich about a week or 2 ago, and now he's with Orleans, and it's a bit of a revenge game, you could say, for Corey Acton. He's getting the nod at third base tonight. But a couple guys in Orleans making their debuts from Vanderbilt. Patrick Riley on the mound, and Jack Bulger, the left fielder out of Vanderbilt, making his first start of the summer, and got a chance to talk with Jack Bulger yesterday and a little bit before today. But I think Bulger could be a guy that, for an offense that has been sputtering a little bit the last couple of games, he could provide a little bit of spark in the middle, Carlo.
Yeah, we saw what Peyton Chatinier did his first game against Cotuit. It just was a bolt of lightning into that offense. Really, they look like a different team, put up 12 runs at Lowell Park. And the question is going to be today, can Bulger be that same spark? Chatinier has proved to be consistent since that first game. If you can get the same sort of production out of Bulger, you're looking at a really dangerous lineup.
Well, the starting lineup is being announced right now for Harwich, and one by one, the Harwich Mariners are taking the field here, as it is a 73-degree night here in Harwich. Although it is still very muggy. We've had a couple of muggy nights here on the Cape, and it's you certainly can feel the sweat perspirating on your skin tonight, but it's very comfortable, a little slight breeze. But for tonight, it won't be too much wind for how fly balls will be dictated tonight. And so it's no sun is out, still really completely covered by clouds here at White House Field. But most importantly, we got a baseball game happening. And for Orleans, it's an opportunity here to make their mark heading into this second half of the schedule. Hard to believe already 17 games have gone by so fast, and this will be game number 18 on the schedule. The 7-8-2 Firebirds taking on the 9-7-2 Harwich Mariners, the third-place Mariners in the Eastern Division. And Harwich is now taking the field, and let's listen into our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Britannia. Fans, enjoy the game.
All right, a nice rendition of our national anthem with all the players looking up at the American flag out in right center field, just above the scoreboard. Mariners have taken the field, and let's now introduce the starting lineup for Orleans as written down by manager Kelly Nicholson. Peyton Chanier leading off once again, the second baseman from Ole Miss. Hitting second, Luke Keischel, the DH from the University of San Francisco. Hitting third, Julio Marcano, the NJIT outfielder, playing right tonight. He's hitting third. Chase DeLauder hitting fourth and playing center field out of James Madison. Hitting fifth, Jack Bulger making his first start with the Firebirds. The Vanderbilt utility men playing left field. Corey Acton making his return to Harwich. The third baseman committed to Georgia will hit sixth. Hitting seventh, making another Orleans debut, Trey Harmon, the former Kentucky Wildcat, now committed to Stetson, making his first start with the Firebirds tonight. He will play first base and hit seventh. Hitting eighth, Justin Mickness, the catcher out of Kent State. And hitting ninth, Benjamin Blackwell, the shortstop from Dayton. He will hit ninth. The defensive alignment for Harwich will go like this today. In the outfield, Prez Kavanaugh in left field, Chris Newell in center field, with Jordan Beck out in right. In the infield, Brock Wilkin at third base, Zach Preisner at shortstop, Hal Hughes at second base, and Carter Putz at first base, with Tatum Levins doing the catching. For tonight's starting pitcher for Harwich, it is the rising sophomore from Monmouth, the left-hander, Trey Dombrowski. Dombrowski, a 6'5", 235-pound left-hander from Manasquan, New Jersey. And he has been terrific so far for Harwich this summer, making his fourth appearance on the Cape this summer. And he's making his second start of the season. He has a 1.42 ERA in 12 2/3 innings pitched with 22 strikeouts. I think more impressively, he only has one walk in those 12 2/3 innings pitched. So he is on the bump. The lefty getting the start for Harwich, and arguably their most consistent starter so far this summer, as Peyton Chanier retightens his batting gloves and is ready to stand in and open this game off here on this Wednesday night from Harwich. Left-hander from the windup, first pitch. Chanier takes a first pitch fastball low and outside, and we get things started at 6:34 p.m. local time here in Harwich, Massachusetts. Chanier hitting .294 with 3 homers, 8 runs batted in on the summer. 1-0 pitch is rolled foul. Look out toward the Harwich on-deck circle on the third base side. And the count even at 1 to Chanier. Dombrowski in his last start versus YD last Thursday, 7 innings, 3 runs, 2 of those were earned, allowed 6 hits, 1 walk, and 9 strikeouts. He racks up a lot of Ks for this team. 1-1, swing and a miss. Chanier out in front on the breaking ball. And now the count will go 1-2 to the Ole Miss second baseman, Peyton Chanier. Chanier, who has had 2 hits in 3 of his last 4 games. He's been able to put the bat on the ball. From the windup, 1-2. Swing and a miss. Chanier goes down swinging, and that's how this game gets started with the opening strikeout from the Monmouth left-hander, Trey Dombrowski.
Yeah, from Dombrowski, you're not going to see a whole lot of speed. Fastball is just 87, tops out at 90. He does have 4 pitches in the curveball, the slider, and the change, and likes to mix up that fastball slider to lefties a lot more than righties.
Here's Luke Keischel, rising sophomore from the University of San Francisco, making his 3rd start with Orleans so far this week. First pitch is a curveball that sails high and outside for ball 1. So Keischel already getting some everyday playing time ever since arriving literally on the Cape and with Orleans just a couple of days ago. Right-handed hitter, 1-0 pitch. Fastball at the knees for a called strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Lefty on righty matchup here between Dombrowski and Keischel. The 1-1. Curveball, swing and a miss. Keischel late on that one, and it's 1-2.
Well, we're already seeing why Dombrowski has so many strikeouts. Already 3 whiffs by this Firebirds team.
Keischel, who was just activated onto the roster on Monday. 1-2 pitch from Dombrowski, and is rolled foul off to the backstop. And so Keischel stays alive, 1-2 with Julio Marcano on deck. So with the lefty on the mound for Harwich and Dombrowski, DeLauder, Acton, and Mickness are only the 3 lefties in the lineup today for Kelly Nicholson. Everybody else a right-handed hitter. 1-2 pitch. And a fastball is low, taken for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kiesel so far just 1 hit in 7 at-bats for the Firebirds so far in just these last 3 games. A 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball hits softly on the ground to third. Backhanded stab by Wilkin. Throw across the diamond is in time to get Luke Kiesel out. And there's 2 gone here in the first.
Now batting for the Firebirds, number 7, the right fielder from New Jersey Tech, Julio Marcano.
So Julio Marcano, right-handed hitter from NJIT, will get his turn against Dombrowski with nobody on and 2 out here in this top of the first. Game number 18 for Orleans this summer. First pitch from Dombrowski is a fastball at 86 miles an hour low. As a low fog continues to stroll in here in Harwich. 1-0 is a breaking ball inside, ball 2. Very cloudy, very overcast, and now more and more fog continuing to roll in here at White House Field. 2-0 pitch. Marcano swings and flies one deep to right field. Going back, drifting back is the right fielder Jordan Beck. And he puts it away just shy of the warning track. And that will end the inning. 1-2-3, first inning thrown by Trey Dombrowski, as clean as it gets. And we'll go to the bottom of the first here from White House Field, just getting things started. No score between Orleans and Harwich when we come back.
The Cape Cod Baseball League would like to welcome our new sponsor, Mosquito Mary's, a locally owned, family-operated business that provides all-natural mosquito and tick control services. Call 866-ASK-MARY or go to mosquitomarys.com, enter the Cape Cod Baseball League, and get your first treatment for only $29. Cape Cod Coca-Cola thanks you for supporting the Cape Cod Baseball League and for refreshing yourself with ice-cold Coca-Cola products. Please remember to recycle your empty bottles, cans, and all other recyclable materials. It takes only 6 recycled plastic bottles to make a new baseball cap.
Coaches or team representatives will not be tolerated.
All right, thanks so much for that, Carlo Jimenez. And now time to introduce the starting lineup for Harwich, as announced by manager Steve Englert for the Mariners. Leading off will be Tatum Levins, the rising junior from LaSalle University. He's the catcher for tonight, and he will lead off. Hitting second is Chris Newell, the center fielder from Virginia. Hitting third, the reigning Cape League Player of the Week from Wake Forest, the third baseman Brock Wilkin. Big, tall, power bat hitting third for Harwich. Hitting fourth, Carter Putz, the first baseman from Notre Dame. He'll hit fourth. Hitting fifth, Josh Hood, the future NC State commit. He will be the DH and hit fifth. Prez Kavanaugh, the left fielder from UNC Greensboro, will hit sixth for Harwich. And then rounding out the last 3, Jordan Beck, rising sophomore from Tennessee, and tonight's starting right fielder, he'll hit seventh. Zach Preisner will hit eighth, the shortstop from Notre Dame. And hitting ninth, Hal Hughes, the rising senior from Rice University. Defensive alignment for Orleans tonight: Jack Bulger out in left field out of Vanderbilt. Chase DeLauder in center field, making his second start in center, second straight start in center. Julio Marcano in right. Corey Acton at third base. Benjamin Blackwell at shortstop. Peyton Chanier at second base. And Trey Harmon at first base. And Justin Mickness behind the plate doing the catching for tonight's starting pitcher for Orleans. It's the rising sophomore from Vanderbilt, Patrick Riley. 6'3", 210-pound right-hander from Seagirt, New Jersey. Riley, this is his first start on the summer. In 16 appearances and in 7 starts with the Commodores in the regular season. He had a .498 ERA, 53 strikeouts over 43 and a thirds innings pitched. First pitch is a 95-mile-an-hour fastball to the left-handed hitting Tatum Levins. As, man, this fog continues to pick up here in Harwich. It is getting really, really hard to see for at least the hitter.
Yes, before the game started, the fog was not bad. It was just hanging out above the tree line. Really didn't affect the field. It is falling onto White House like a blanket.
A 1 pitch is a breaking ball up high for ball 1. And like you said, Carlo, before first pitch, it was still it was clear. there was no fog at all, and now within the span of 10 or 15 minutes, there's this heavy low fog right here on the infield. 1-1 pitch, good breaking ball that catches the outside corner for a called strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes to the left-hand hitting Tatum Levens out of LaSalle University, hitting .340 on the summer for the Mariners. He does have a home run and 6 runs batted in. From the wind, the 1-2, and it is inside off the tip of Justin Mickness's glove, and it rolls right out in front of our broadcast table. We're positioned off behind the left-handed hitting batter's box towards the first base side where the Orleans dugout is. As this visibility is getting worse and worse here. 2-2 pitch. Riley swinging a foul straight back. I'm going to be honest, I don't know how Tatum Levens saw that high fastball.
We can't even see Chase DeLauder in center field. Where'd he go?
You can barely see the outfielders right now for Orleans from our view. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a foul off to the left. And if we're having trouble, I mean, can you imagine these players right now in the infield wondering where the ball is going to land? And I think Kelly Nicholson is out to ask the umpires to see if they can discuss this fog, because it is really heavy.
Might have ourselves our first fog delay.
We might indeed have a fog delay, which we had back against Hyannis from McKeon Park. And home plate umpire Bill Julie, first base umpire Mike Rabideau, and third base umpire Mickey Garcia now have dispersed and they're talking to Kelly Nicholson in front of the Orleans dugout here. And let's now send it over to our sideline reporter, Noah Searson, who has an update. Noah, what do you have for us?
All right, guys, so I feel like a bit of a broken record, I'm not going to lie, but for the third game and what feels like every single game, we are in a fog delay. The umpires met, and they came over and spoke with Kelly and basically said, we can't even see your center fielder right now. So this is the situation we sit in right now. It's going to be 15, 20-minute wait, then we reevaluate. But if the situation doesn't get any better by then they will have to call it. So it's going to be 15 minutes. We'll probably know a lot more. As you can see, I am very out of breath because I've been running around. But I will provide any updates on this situation. It's quite remarkable, to be honest. We start the game, and the fog comes out of nowhere. So, you know, if any of you Firebirds fans are bringing a fog machine to games, you can probably quit that joke now. But seriously, we're in a fog delay. If I get any new information, I'll be sure to page you guys. But for now, we got a little dead period. So I'm sure you guys will have a lot of fun in the booth. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thanks so much, Noah, for the update. And if you're just joining us, we are now we're in the bottom of the first, no score, and we are already in a fog delay here from White House Field. The players have walked off the field, both from Harwich and Orleans, and have returned to their respective dugouts. And so anytime we have a fog delay, or anytime we have a delay just period now, we're going to bring in our beat writer, our team beat writer, Cole Bradley, who I know, Cole, you have been so excited. I think you've been looking forward to the next rain or fog delay so that you can come back on the air, because we're just going to talk and just see what you've been up to. What's going on, Cole?
Yeah, unintentionally I've been looking forward to this. Yeah, it's sort of been same old since Hyannis. I was able to talk to, obviously with the draft that has happened and everything over the past few days, wrapping up, obviously Donovan Benoit, former Firebird, got picked in the 10th round by the Cincinnati Reds. I was able to sit down with him this morning, actually, to talk to him about just like what that experience was like, what he went through, where he was, and then just his journey over the past 4 years, because he's had as lengthy and as crazy of a journey as anyone in this game. So I've got a piece coming out about him and his road to professional baseball, if you will, probably tomorrow. So keep an eye out for that. But other than that, I've just been hanging out with you guys and enjoying any opportunity I can get to put on the headset. It's really, really foggy right now, and I hate to reuse the joke, but it's foggier than when I breathe into my glasses. And that's saying something. I cannot see center field.
No, you really. I mean, I think that was the funny thing that we were talking about. Carlo Jimenez is also with us as well, because at the beginning, like literally 10 minutes before this game was about to start, it was clear. It was you could see the whole field, and it was cloudy, but there was no fog.
Right.
And then within literally 10 minutes, right when we start first pitch, here comes the fog decides. I'll just start making my way through White House Field, and it's now it's a big haze in the middle of the field right now, and basically you can't see anything.
100%. Everything's changed. It's crazy.
It's hard. I think the funny part was me and Gareth were sitting here trying to look for the outfielders, and Chase DeLauder is looking to his right and talking to Jack Bulger with his hands in the air like, I can't see the baseball.
Yeah,
I don't know where the ball is. Benjamin Blackwell and that one foul ball down the left field line started pointing to it so people could see, but the question is this a fog that's going to sit and stay or come and go? I'm not sure. We need our meteorologist, Max Rajic. That's what
we do.
Where is Max when you need him?
I mean, I'm no Max Rajic, but it's been sort of coming and going. It's almost just like large clouds are sort of just brushing past the field. It's not like last night's fog back at home. It's different. It's like these clouds, like these pockets, and they sort of just come in and out, and it's crazy. I mean, it's worse than last night for sure. I will say that.
I think the big difference with tonight has been it's lower. It's lower on the horizon. Whereas yesterday was foggy. And I mean, granted, we've had a lot of foggy games the last like half week. And we are just hearing, trying to see if there's any new information from the PA announcer, and my heart stopped for just a second. I didn't think they were going to call this game, but no, the PA announcer just making an announcement just to remind fans there's no tobacco allowed in the stadium. So.
I was about ready to pack my bag and head back home.
Oh, I was probably going to cry myself to sleep if they were going to call this game with. We haven't even gone through one inning here from White House Field.
I barely had my dinner before they delayed the game, and that's how you know it's bad.
Wow. But no, as I said, I think the difference that we were talking about earlier is that yesterday it was foggy, but it was sort of high. It was a high fog, so if it wasn't necessarily it wasn't as bad as it is right now, where it's still a very low fog. It's a low haze, and the outfield wall that we're seeing straight out right now is still a little cloudy. You can't. It's not super clear. So it's of course something that luckily for Orleans and Harwich, luckily here at White House Field there are lights. So darkness is not an issue compared to other ballparks. But I think we're just hoping that we're hoping the weather gods.
We're hoping we can get a game in. I think that's all you can hope for. And at this point, with the fog being as bad as it is, I think it's just tough because it's so. I mean, it's dangerous for the players at some point.
Let's now go to our sideline reporter Noah Searson, who has an update. Noah, what do you got for us?
Well, we got a lot of fog, obviously. And in last night's game, also a lot of fog. So what we did is we went to our resident Firebird meteorologist, Max Rajic, for the fog report. Another foggy game, so I'm going to hand it off to Max again for the report in this one.
What up? It's Max the Weatherman, and just a lot of fog just rolled up. A first pitch to Pat, and it's not looking good, but we're going to wait this one out. As I was looking at the forecast, it says a lot of fog's rolling in. I think by 7 o'clock, 7:15 maybe, the fog might start rolling out. Good, little humid weather as well. Paul, you got anything to say about the weather?
It's just foggy.
A lot of fog.
A lot of fog in this one, and, it's been a constant theme, so I'm going to put you on the spot, Max. Can you explain to our listeners how fog is created?
I think it has to do with the condensation of the humid weather and the coldness and a little rain.
All right, so it's the mixture of condensation, humidity, cold, and rain. You heard it here first, resident meteorologist. That's the latest I got, guys, and if I get any more, I'll be sure to page you guys, but I'll send it back to you guys in the booth for now.
All right, thanks so much, Noah. And Max Radjic starting to become our daily meteorologist here for the Orleans Firebirds, I think, as we're going to bring back in Carlo Jimenez as well as Cole Bradley. Gareth Kwok here, part of the Birds Broadcast Network. And currently we are standing here right behind the backstop fence. We're positioned about behind the left-handed batter's box. And I mean, how many times are we going to have fog impact this game, man?
I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know either.
You know what I do know? I got Nick Riccio to my left.
Nick Riccio.
You want to talk to the people about what you do for the Birds?
Sure. I'm the graphics guy for the Firebirds. I do the Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook graphics. I use my Photoshop skills to bring light to all the games. I do the score graphics, the game day graphics, and the starting lineup graphics.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, Nick, we appreciate all the work that you've done with those graphics.
Yeah.
Now, how long does it take you usually to come up with the game day graphics? You got for the fans that are listening, you see all those game day graphic tweets and everything on the social media. That's all Nick Riccio who's been pumping out the graphic stuff. When did you start getting interested in doing graphic design?
Well, I started getting interested in graphic design probably sophomore year of high school. I'm a big baseball card collector, and I always enjoyed like the card art that they use to make the cards. So I decided, you know what, let me give this Photoshop thing a shot, and I just started designing custom baseball cards, and then I ended up doing stuff like, and then I ended up here doing an internship here, and now I'm creating the game day graphics and stuff like that. As for the time involved, luckily I've already created the base graphics, so I get to reuse that every game. But when I cut out the individual players, that takes a little while, so that's probably about half an hour of work.
Oh, we appreciate everything that you do, but I know that Orleans is not. You're familiar with the organization. This isn't your first time with the Firebirds, and what have you enjoyed so much just about being a graphic designer with Orleans?
Well, I have complete creative freedom up here, which isn't always the case at my college internship. So being out here, being able to get complete creative freedom to do any and all design work that I want to do, whether it's the draft graphics or wallpaper Wednesdays. Oh, and it looks like we're going to be starting some baseball games. So let me hand this back off to Carlo Jimenez.
All right, the home plate umpire has home plate umpire Bill Julie has signaled. Let's get you guys back out on the field. We are going to be the Orleans players have now jogged back out onto the field, and the haze has subsided a little bit. And
all I gotta say,
Cole, you have one last.
Yeah, I got one last thing. If baseball doesn't work out for Max Radjic, he has a fallback option, and I'm gonna miss everyone, and I love you all.
Okay, thanks, Cole. Let's send it to Noah Searson, who has the latest update. Noah, what do you got for us?
Yeah, so as you guys may or may not have heard by now, we're going to play baseball again. The fog has cleared up considerably prior when the first delay started. Chase DeLauder, you could barely see him standing in center field. Now he's pretty clear. The fog still exists, and it'll be interesting to see, if we get another waft of the really thick stuff, that could cause another delay. But as it's coming in now, it's just a little bit on the field. It's not affecting outfielders much. You can see everything fine. So we're good to play baseball. Looks like we're good to go. And like you heard from Radjic, the forecast is looking clear. So as always, I'll be sure to update you if the situation changes, visibility becomes an issue. But as of now, we're playing ball. Excited to get back at it.
All right, thanks so much, Noah. And Tatum Levens has stepped back into the box. The 2-2 pitch is fouled off to the left against Patrick Riley. Riley out of Vanderbilt, the right-hander making his first start with Orleans. Certainly a first start for him to remember. Only one batter in, and you already got a fog delay. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Levens is retired on a 93-mile-an-hour fastball from Riley. And there's one way here in the bottom of the first. If you're just joining us, we had about a 10-minute fog delay to open up this ball game here between Orleans and Harwich. A low fog, a low haze that was really, really thick, and it made it hard to see, but it has cleared up a bit. It's still present, don't get me wrong, but it has subsided a little bit, and now we're back to playing baseball as Chris Newell out of Virginia, outfielder, shows a first pitch bunt, lays it down the third base side, picked up by Riley, throws to first, and he throws it away down the right field line. Newell will head for second. Chanier will not be able to throw him out at second, as Chanier will just pick it up and will not make a throw. So Chris Newell, the element of surprise, working out perfectly as he lays down a first pitch bunt against Riley, and he is able to beat out the throw from the Vanderbilt right-hander, who sailed that throw down the right field line and allows Newell to take second base. So he is in scoring position. And here comes now the Cape League Player of the Week from this past week, Brock Wilkin, right-handed hitter from Wake Forest versus Patrick Riley. Riley at the belt, look over at second, and the first pitch is a slider on the inside corner for a called strike. 0-1. Wilkin hitting .338, 4 home runs, 17 runs batted in on the summer for the Wake Forest third baseman. He leads the team in hits, home runs, and RBIs. 0-1 offering. Swing and a miss. Wilkin very late on a 95-mile-an-hour fastball from Patrick Riley, and it's no balls and 2 strikes.
And Riley struggled off the mound a little bit at Vanderbilt. 3 errors and just 16 chances, so he's not the smoothest coming off and trying to reach for baseballs, and commits his first error there against Newell.
Riley gets the sign, but now Wilkin calls for a time. Orleans in their all-black uniforms. They got the black vests and the black undershirt with the white numbers and letters outlined in red. Meanwhile, Harwich in their navy blue uniforms with red letters and numbers. 0-2. Fastball on the outside corner. Strike 3 called. 95 miles an hour. Patrick Riley sets down Brock Wilkin on 3 pitches. Don't see that very often against one of the best hitters on the Cape right now. 2 outs here in the first. And for Patrick Riley, already 2 strikeouts for him so far in his first inning with the Firebirds. Riley was supposed to start back on Saturday at home against Falmouth, but that game was canceled due to poor field conditions from the rain earlier in the afternoon. Here's Carter Putz out of Notre Dame. First pitch to the righty is a swing and a high pop-up down the right field line. Shallow, now in foul ground. Coming on over and making the catch is the second baseman, Chanier, just on the foul line. And that will end the inning as Chanier's hat comes flying off. And we will head now to the second. No score here between Orleans and Harwich when we return on the Birds Broadcast Network. Back here at White House Field in Harwich, Massachusetts, Gareth Kwok alongside my partner Carlo Jimenez, our sideline reporter Noah Searson. had a 10-minute fog delay to begin this ball game in the bottom of the first, but the fog is cleared up just a bit. And now Chase DeLauder, left-handed hitter, takes a first pitch breaking ball from Trey Dombrowski outside for ball 1. The fog is still out there, although not as heavy as it was a couple of inning ago. 1-0 pitch, fastball is low. And it's 2 balls and no strikes to the James Madison right fielder, Chase DeLauder, hitting .300, 6 homers, 13 batted in. 2-0 is a ground ball foul down the right field line off towards first. And it's 2 balls and a strike. Something you don't see every day, a fog delay to open up a ball game. From the windup, 2-1 pitch from Dombrowski. Breaking ball chopped to first. Backhanded field by Putz. He spears it and races over to first for the unassisted putout, and he beats DeLauder for the first out of the second.
A nice play by Putz there. If that ball gets behind him, Hughes, the second baseman, had a long way to go to track it down. Probably wouldn't have got there till he got to the outfield grass.
Here comes now Jack Bulger, new guy out of Vanderbilt, the rising sophomore, making his first plate appearance of the summer for Orleans. First pitch from Dombrowski is outside with a fastball for ball 1 at 90 miles an hour. All of a sudden, it seems like the sun just set, and it's gotten darker by the minute. 1-0. Swing and a miss. Bulger can't catch up to the fastball. Count even at 1. The lefty Dombrowski from Monmouth versus the right-hand hitting Bulger from Vanderbilt. From the wind, the 1-1. Swing and a foul straight back. And it's 1-2. Bulger activated onto the roster this morning. And he's got the no batting gloves look at the plate. Bare hands and all. 1-2 pitch. Fastball up high, taken for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 4, 5, and 6 hitters. DeLauder grounded out to first. Bulger at the plate now and Corey Acton on deck. 2-2 pitch. Lined foul back to the screen. And it remains 2-2. Bulger, who on the regular season for the Commodores this spring, he hit .274, 5 home runs, and 28 runs batted in. 2-2 pitch. Fly ball into right field, going back 2 or 3 steps and making the catch off his left shoulder is right fielder Jordan Beck out of Tennessee. And there's 2 gone here in the top of the second. So here is Corey Acton now. Left-handed hitter committed to Georgia. Activated onto the Orleans roster on Saturday. First pitch is a fastball taken up high for ball 1. He played for Harwich in 2019 and returned to the team this year, but was hitless in 12 at-bats. 1-0 pitch, fastball up high again, taken for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. He was hitless in 12 at-bats with Harwich in 5 games and was subsequently released on July 5th. 2-0, swing and a miss. Acton late on the Dombrowski fastball. 2-1. So Corey Acton, hitless in 12 at-bats with Harwich this summer, and he's hitless in 5 at-bats so far with Orleans in his short time here yet. 2-1. Fly ball down the left field line. That is going to slice foul beyond the Harwich bullpen and onto the batting cage. That is down the left field line. So now it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Dombrowski looking to put away Corey Acton. Acton looking for some revenge against his old Cape League team. 2-2 is a slider that runs away, and the count full 3-2. Trey Harmon on deck for the Firebirds. If Acton can extend the inning. 3-2. Poked foul back to the screen. And it remains 3 balls, 2 strikes. Acton, who spent a couple of seasons with Florida, with the Gators, didn't receive a ton of action early on in the season. 3-2. Fly ball hit well into left center field. Newell, a couple steps off to his right, now makes the catch off his right shoulder. And that will end the inning. So a well-struck ball by Corey Acton, but right to the Harwich center fielder. And it's another 1-2-3 inning for Trey Dombrowski. 6 up, 6 down. We head to the bottom of the second here from White House Field in Harwich. No score. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Steve Anzoni, owner of Fairway Financial and Cape Cod's Retirement Income Specialist. If you want to hit a home run with your retirement income plan, schedule a time to meet with me today.
Get more details at fairwayfinancial.net. That's fairwayfinancial.net.
Welcome back to White House Field on this Wednesday night from Harwich. No score between Orleans and Harwich. Two Eastern Division rivals going at it. Mariners in third place in the East. They got a record of 9 wins, 7 losses, 2 ties. Orleans right behind them in fourth. 7 wins, 8 losses, 2 ties. Although this East Division still very tight. First place Brewster up by 3 games. Josh Hood against Patrick Riley. First pitch swing is a pop-up down the right field line out of play. 1 strike to Josh Hood. Committed to North Carolina State, right-handed hitter. 0-1. Fastball by Riley pumped in there for strike 2 at 95. And it's no balls, 2 strikes. Hood, though, who was drafted in the MLB draft this spring, or this week, I should say, by the Boston Red Sox. He's in the lineup, though, for today, although might be his last couple of days with Harwich as Riley misses up high with the 0-2 fastball. Count even now, 1 ball, 2 strikes. It's Hood, Cavanaugh, and Beck, the 5, 6, and 7 hitters due up for the Mariners. From the windup, 1-2. And a slider outside. Ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So Josh Hood getting selected by the Red Sox in the MLB draft. 2-2. Hood swinging a high pop-up along the first base slide. First baseman Harmon will give chase. He's up by the screen and by the fence, and he is unable to make the catch as it lands behind. And the count remains 2-2. Two-two pitch. Swinging a high pop-up foul behind the Harwich press box and out of play. And so it's 2-2. Hood, who went to UPenn. 2-2 pitch. Riley in the dirt for ball 3. So Hood has worked it now to a 3-2 count. Rising junior, 3-2 pitch. Fastball at the knees, taken for strike 3, called. A 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Boy, Patrick Riley's fastball has looked electric so far. 5 hitters in. He's already got 3 strikeouts, and there's 1 gone here in the second. So here's Prez Cavanaugh now for Harwich, left-handed hitter, and the Harwich left fielder for tonight. First offering. Fastball low and outside. Ball 1. Fog continuing to make its way through White House Field. It's gotten a teensy bit heavier since we last resumed play. 1-0 is a breaking ball low. 2 balls, no strikes. So it's been going on and off, the fog, here at White House Field. Hoping that it stays a thin fog. 2-0 is popped up down the left field line. That is going to go into the Harwich bullpen. Out of play for a foul ball, so the count will go 2-1. Kavanaugh, a rising sophomore from UNC Greensboro. He's hitting .313 with a home run and 7 runs batted in this summer for Harwich. He's been very productive with the bat. 2-1. Popped up foul behind the third base bleachers and out of play. So Riley works it back 2-2 with Jordan Beck on deck out of Tennessee. And now time is called. It's certainly not clear in the batter's box. 2-2 is a slow topper up the middle, fielded by Chanier behind second base. Off-balance throw will not be in time. And an infield hit for Prez Kavanaugh on a soft ground ball up the middle. And it was just going to be a tough play for the middle infielders, Blackwell and Chanier. Chanier ended up keeping that one in the infield, but he was behind second base and having to throw off his back foot. There was going to be no chance to get Kavanaugh, who runs well. And so already the second base runner aboard for Harwich with 1 out. And here comes Jordan Beck, rising sophomore out of Tennessee. Riley, first pitch is a fastball up high, ball 1. Kavanaugh, who does have good speed at first base. He leads the team in stolen bases. He only got 3. But he leads Harwich in that category. Beck, a right-handed hitter. 1-0 pitch. Slider up high. Ball 2. Beck, who was a big-time power hitter for the Volunteers in the regular season. He hit .271 with 15 home runs, 64 driven in. He led the Volunteers in home runs with 15. Long pause from Riley at the belt. Here's the 2-0. And a fastball that's high, and it's 3-0 to Jordan Beck. However, Beck, upon making his way to Harwich, he's hitting just .194 with 6 hits in 31 at-bats. 3-0 pitch, and a fastball, waist high, a called strike, 3-1. From home plate umpire Bill Julie, first base umpire Mike Rabideau, and then third base umpire Mickey Garcia. Those are tonight's umpires. Kavanaugh with his lead at first, being held by the first baseman Harmon. 3-1 pitch, and a fastball taken for strike 2. And I'll say that's definitely a generous call from home plate umpire Bill Julie for the Firebirds. A low strike. Jordan Beck thought he had ball 4, and the entire Harwich dugout certainly thought so as well. So Riley now brings it back, 3-2. We'll see if Kavanaugh decides to run here at first. Again, he does have good speed. 3-2. Kavanaugh runs. Beck swings and pops one up foul toward the right and into the woods. There's a group of about 8 or 9 kids out there, and they're just circling around. They're circling around behind the backstop, waiting for foul balls to come their way. They got their gloves in their hands, so they're just patrolling White House Field, waiting for the next foul ball to come their way so that they can pick up a souvenir. 3-2 pitch, we do it again. Fastball low. That one definitely a ball. And Patrick Riley now has to work his way out of this one. Second and first with 1 out. And here is Zach Preisner out of Notre Dame. First walk of the night for Patrick Riley. And here's Preisner. Off to a slow start on the Cape so far, hitting just a .186. 8 hits in 43 at-bats. He does have a couple of runs batted in. Chance to drive in the first run of the ball game for the Mariners. Right-handed hitter versus the righty, Riley. First offering. Both runners go, swinging the soft ground ball to short. Blackwell charges, throws on the run in time. And Preisner is retired on one pitch. Both runners advance 90 feet as they were both in motion, trying to activate the double steal. And so second and third now with two out. And here comes Hal Hughes.
The hit and run executed perfectly there by Harwich. Moved the guys over. No double play on a ground ball up the middle.
Hughes, right-handed hitter from Rice University. From the Massachusetts area, he's from Boston. Also off to a slow start offensively, just hitting 191 so far this summer. First pitch from Riley. Fastball hit on the ground softly to the third baseman Acton. Gobbles it up, throws to first in time, and Patrick Riley works his way out of the jam with second and first and one out. Doesn't give up a run. No runs on one hit, no errors, and two are left stranded for Harwich in the last of the second. On we go now to the third here from White House Field. It's Orleans nothing, Harwich nothing when we come back on the Birds Broadcast Network. Top three, Orleans nothing, Harwich nothing. In this, the third meeting between the Mariners and the Firebirds this summer. We made the trip out to Harwich in the first week of the season, Carlo, when Marquise Grissom got his first start, but it was 2 innings in, and then Mother Nature decided to rain, and then eventually the rest of the game was canceled due to rain. So this is officially the first time Orleans has gone on the road to face Harwich here from White House Field. And it's a very nice looking ballpark, definitely one of the better ones on the Cape for sure. Bottom of the order dude up here against Trey Dombrowski. It's Trey Harmon, Justin Mickness, and Benjamin Blackwell dude up. Harmon, making his first plate appearance, takes a first pitch ball low. 1-0 to the Stetson commit, Trey Harmon. From the windup, 1-0. Harmon, line drive into left center field, into the gap, and that will fall for a base hit. Trey Harmon will round the bag at first. He'll stop there. And how about that to start off your Orleans Firebirds career? A line drive single into left center field to lead off the third.
First hit of the ball game from Orleans comes from the newest Firebird. And now Justin Mickness and Benjamin Blackwell, the 8-9 hitters, trying to produce in a scoreless game.
Fog continuing to roll in heavier now. Definitely hard to see out in the outfield. Lefty on lefty matchup, Justin Mickness out of Kent State swings and misses on the fastball 0-1. Mickness has not gotten a ton of at-bats this summer. He just has 4 hits and 19 at-bats. He does have 2 runs batted in. Harmon with his lead at first. He does not have good speed. 0-1. And a wave and a miss on another heater. 89 miles an hour from Dombrowski. And it's no balls, 2 strikes to the Orleans starting catcher.
It looks like Mickness is late on those balls, but they're not coming in that fast.
Fogg making it tricky for these hitters in the box. There's a prominent haze here at White House Field. 0-2. And a breaking ball that sweeps away from McNiss, taken for ball 1. 1-2 to McNiss. Getting the start today, Garrett Gillimet, his fellow counterpart and backstop mate, he caught yesterday. 1-2. McNiss takes strike 3 called on the breaking ball. That catches the outside corner. And there's one away here in the third.
Now batting for the Firebirds, number 11.
Strikeout number 2 for Dombrowski on the night. And there comes the right-handed hitting Benjamin Blackwell. Blackwell, a rising junior out of Dayton. Lefty on righty matchup here. Dombrowski, first pitch. Popped up into shallow right field along the line. This is going to be the second baseman, Hughes, who can't make the play, and it drops foul. Hughes overran that fly ball into shallow right just a bit and had to, at the last second, stick his glove out there to try and make the catch, but it pops out and drops foul as the fog, oh, it is right now left field. You can barely see third base coach Jamie Quinn by his third base coach's box. It is a heavy fog right now. It's gotten worse. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Blackwell tardy on the fastball, and it's 0-2. And if you're the umpires, do you have to call or do you have to stop the game again? We had already a 10-minute fog delay in the bottom of the first. 0-2 pitch. Blackwell chases on the breaking ball in the dirt, and that's strike 3. Blackwell down swinging. Blackwell is 18th strikeout in 29 at-bats. He has just not been able to pick up the baseball so far this summer, but he's retired. Strikeout number 3 for Dombrowski, and the top of the order here comes up to the plate in second baseman Peyton Chatinier. Trey Harmon led off the inning with a single. He's at first. The first pitch to Chatinier is a fastball. Outside corner, called a strike. 0-1 to Chatinier. First baseman Putz not even holding Harmon at first. Harmon not a base-stealing threat by any means. No balls in the strike from the set. 0-1 is a fastball inside as Chatinier backs off the plate a little bit. Count even at 1 to Chatinier, who struck out swinging in the first. In his first at-bat against Dombrowski. 1-1. Line drive into left center field, headed for the gap, and it's going to fall for a base hit and rolled toward the fence. Harmon, rounding second, will head for third. Chatinier stretching it out to a double, and he is standing into second with the double. Throw will come in now to home, although Harmon was never going to score from first on that base hit. And so Peyton Chatinier, an extra base hit into left center field. He's on second. Trey Harmon at third. And an opportunity now for Luke Keischel to pick up his first run batted in as an Orleans Firebird here with 2 gone. Keischel bounced out to third in his first at-bat. Runners on second and third, 2 outs. Top of the third, Firebirds with a chance to open up the scoring. Dombrowski gets the sign. First pitch is a fly ball into right field. Shallow hit toward the line, and making the catch is Jordan Beck. And the side is retired. Orleans, they grab no runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 are left stranded in the top of the third. We'll go to the bottom of the third. No score between the Firebirds and the Mariners here from White House Field. And we'll be right back here on the Birds Broadcast Network. Bottom three from Harwich. Gareth Kwok alongside my partner Carlo Jimenez, as well as our sideline reporter Noah Searson here on the Birds Broadcast Network. Orleans trying to snap a 3-game losing streak. It's the first 3-game losing streak that they've had all summer. They fell yesterday to Falmouth at home by a final score of 11-4 against the Commodores. And Orleans under 500 here as we approach the halfway mark here on the Cape. Trying to get back to 500 with the win tonight. And the top of the order due up for Harwich. Tatum Levins, left-handed hitter, takes ball 1 inside. The LaSalle catcher struck out swinging in his first at-bat against Patrick Riley, out for his third inning. 1-0. And a fly ball hit well into right field. Marcano racing back, and he's not able to get it as it bounces off the fence on 2 hops. Going into second and standing up is Tatum Levins, and he's got a leadoff double to begin the third.
Even that ball into right. The fog has subsided a little bit, but tough to track for those outfielders. It's not an easy night to be past the infield.
Yeah, Julio Marcano, he seemed like he got a late break off the crack of the bat of Levins. And I don't think he would have gotten there anyway, but he didn't seem to pick it up immediately. So an extra base hit for the Mariners with nobody out to begin this third inning. And here is now Chris Newell, center fielder from the University of Virginia. Righty Riley throws. Fastball is inside for ball 1. 1-0 to the left-hand hitting Chris Newell, hitting .222 on the summer. He has a home run and 4 runs batted in for the rising sophomore. Look over at second, 1-0 offering. Fastball up high, above the belt. 2-0. Newell, a second-year freshman who was part of the College World Series bound Virginia Cavaliers team, one of their starting outfielders all season long. Preseason All-American who underwhelmed a little bit offensively as a whole. And a 2-0. And a breaking ball low inside. 3-0 to Chris Newell with Brock Wilkin on deck for Harwich. And the fog has remained the same since the top half of the inning. It's still very heavy. 3-0. Very high. A high fastball taken for ball 4. It's a 4-pitch walk to Chris Newell.
Now batting for your Harwich Mariners, number 25.
And the second walk issued by Patrick Riley tonight. And now here comes the best hitter in the Mariners lineup, Brock Wilkin. Right-handed hitter from Wake Forest, who struck out looking on 3 pitches in his first time up against Patrick Riley. He's got massive power from that right side. And he's got an opportunity here with second and first. Nobody out. Trying to break the scoreless tie. First pitch is a breaking ball low in the dirt, blocked by Justin Mickness for ball 1. And now Justin Mickness will call for time and jog out to the mound to try and calm down Patrick Riley.
Yeah, I think they want to talk about how to approach Wilkin, one of the best hitters on the Cape, and a dangerous situation with nobody out and 2 on.
The collegiate baseball freshman All-American. He leads the league in hits and RBIs with 17 runs batted in on the summer. Big, tall, right-handed hitter. Bat resting on his shoulder. 1-0. Blocked in the dirt nicely again by Justin Mickness, but 6 straight balls thrown by Patrick Riley, and it's now 2-0. Lights are on here at White House Field, although it's hard to see much with this fog right now. There is low visibility on the field. The 2-0. Chopper to first. Harmon will throw the second for the out there. Throw to first with Riley covering in time. A double play. Great defensive work by Orleans. Harmon slinging that one over to second with Blackwell covering for the out at second. And then Blackwell's throw to first with the pitcher Riley getting off the mound and going to first and covering first. For the double play, going to third goes Tatum Levins. And so it will go as a 3-6-1 double play. 2 down, runner on third. And here's Carter Putz, first baseman from Notre Dame. Here's the first pitch, and a nice block by Justin Mickness, so that one is skipped in the dirt. 1 ball, no strikes. So Trey Harmon got his first hit of the summer, and then a fine defensive play to start an important double play for the Firebirds. But the Mariners still have the go-ahead run 90 feet away. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Putz with a line drive into right center field. Marcano to his right, and he makes the catch. Chest high off his left shoulder to end the inning. Patrick Riley, that time, had runners on second and first with nobody out, and he gets a ground ball, gets a double play ball, and then a line out to right to evade any further damage. Still no score as we head to the fourth. Carlo Jimenez will have the play-by-play from innings 4 through 6 when we come back here on the Birds Broadcast Network.
Welcome back to the Birds Broadcast Network. So glad you could join us. Carlo Jimenez alongside my counterpart Gareth Klock as we begin the top of the fourth inning. Scoreless game between the Firebirds and the Mariners. Round 3 between these two teams. Orleans 2-0, and we had 1 rainout last time we were at Harwich back. Played 2.5 innings and had to go home. Be the right-handed batter Julio Marcano for Orleans on this foggy Wednesday night at White House Field. First pitch to Marcano. At the top of the zone for a strike. And the count, no balls and 1 strike to him. Julio flew out to right his last time up. 0-1. Again at the top of the zone. No balls and 2 strikes to Marcano. Marcano rocking a 3-game hitting streak, his longest of the season. Dombrowski's 0-2. Marcano checks his swing. Puts the brakes on in time. As an appeal down to first, and first base umpire Mike Robideau says Marcano held up, and the count of 1 and 2 strikes. Dombrowski's 1-2. Strike 3 at the knees. Marcano is sat down looking. 4th strikeout for Trey Dombrowski. And there's 1 away to open up the top of the 4th.
Yeah, Dombrowski has done a nice job mixing up his pitches so far. Already 4 strikeouts. The fastball, it's not overpowering. It's in the high 80s, but when you have he's got that sweeping slider and a changeup too. And right now Orleans not picking it up.
Lefty on lefty, DeLauder digs in and looks at a strike on the outside. The count, no balls and 1 strike to him. Chase DeLauder, last time these two teams faced off, was not in the lineup. 0-1. And he fouls one off down the left field line. Was struggling at the time. Kelly Nicholson gave him the day off. That's his only day off this season. Back on June 28th. Dombrowski agrees with the first side. Exhales, kicks, 0-2. DeLauder taps one off his left arm foul as he circles back and waits for another 0-2 pitch. And today, Gareth, another Orleans player in Tyler Locklear, who has played all but one game up until today, struggling a little bit, 3 for his last 23 and getting the day off. Dombrowski's 0-2. And a swing and a line drive foul down the left field line over towards the Harwich batting cages. And the count, no balls, 2 strikes. We'll try it again.
And Kelly Nicholson, this is a very unique lineup that he has here tonight. And he's trying to find what works for an offense that has been very inconsistent the last week and a half.
0-2 to DeLauder. And he swings and lines one down the right field line. Foul. Jace with a hard hit ball down the left field line, down the right field line, but both outside the chalk. And he'll wait another 0-2 pitch.
Can't imagine how tough it is right now standing in the box trying to face off against Dombrowski with this fog rolling in as well.
One out, the base is empty, the 0-2. DeLauder rolls one to second. Second baseman Hughes charges. He gloves belt high, slings to first. 2 away and a scoreless top of the 4th. And up comes Jack Bulger.
Number 33, the left fielder from Vanderbilt, Jack Bulger.
Bulger making his first appearance in those HDMH Orleans uniforms, the blacks today, with the Orleans across the chest in white, outlined in red. First pitch to the righty, shows bunt, and bunts it straight back over the top of the netting. Look out, back towards the snack jack here at Harwich, and the count, no balls, 1 strike. A thick blanket of fog over White House Field. The second straight game, the Firebirds are battling an opponent and the fog. 0-1. Misses high. And the count, 1 ball, 1 strike. Bulger flew out to right in his first at-bat as a Bird. 1-1. And he lays off a strike on the inside. And the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes to him. Orleans and Harwich scoreless. Firebirds 2-0 against the Mariners this year. Here comes a 1-2. Low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And although these two teams haven't played for over 2 weeks, completely different lineup pretty much for the Firebirds. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Down goes Bulger. That will do it. 5th strikeout for Trey Dombrowski, who's got his stuff going. A 1-2-3 4th, and we'll head to the bottom of the inning. No score. Orleans and Harwich at White House Field.
All right, let's now take a look at what's going on around the Cape with this Around the Cape League score update as we head to the bottom of the 4th here from Harwich. From Doran Park, Hyannis taking on Bourne, and the Harbor Hawks leading 5-1 as they are in the bottom of the 6th. Now, we talked about this yesterday, Carlo, when Hyannis was leading 1-0 heading into the 8th. However, Bourne would tack on 5 runs in the 8th inning and eventually win yesterday. So can Hyannis hang on tonight? We'll update you as the night goes on. But right now, Harbor Hawks leading the Braves 5-1 on the road. They're in the bottom of the 6th. Meanwhile, from Spillane Field at Wareham, Katuitt leading Wareham 2-0. They're in the top of the 4th. And then last but not least, from Veterans Field, they're getting things just started in the top of the 2nd. Whitecaps 0, Anglers 1. As Chatham with a 1-run lead over Brewster, although that game just started, they're in the top of the 2nd. But those are the other 3 games going on right now. YD, they got the night off. And as well as, there should be one other Western Division team, Falmouth. Falmouth has the day off, so Falmouth and YD are the 2 off for tonight. So we'll update again later on in the game and get you those score updates.
Appreciate it, Gareth. Bottom of the 4th inning at White House Field here in Harwich, Massachusetts. It is a scoreless game between the Mariners and the Firebirds, 2 teams in a clustered Eastern Division. As up comes the right-handed batter, Josh Hood. to open things up for the Mariners. 2 hits for the Firebirds, 3 runs for Harwich. 3 hits for Harwich, no runs. Opening offering to Hood, and he swings and misses. Fastball at 91. The count, no balls and 1 strike to Hood. Hood, pick number 586 of this year's draft. 0-1. And he swings and misses at a breaking ball. And in the driver's seat is Patrick Riley. No balls and 2 strikes to Hood.
20th round selection. So he waited to have his name called till the very last round of this year's MLB draft.
Riley sets at the belt. Gets the sign from Mickness. 0-2. Swing and a miss. 3 pitches and a strikeout. 4th of the game for Patrick Riley to open up the bottom of the 4th inning. And up comes Prez Kavanaugh with the bases empty and 1 out in a scoreless game.
There aren't too many guys on this Firebirds team that have such electric fastballs like Patrick Riley. I mean, it's consistently sitting around 94, 95, and it is blowing away these Harwich hitters. He's done a nice job getting ahead in the count and then even finishing hitters with that fastball.
Opening offering to the lefty. Downstairs to Kavanaugh. And the count, 1 ball, no strikes. Kavanaugh, an infield single back in the 2nd. One of the 3 hits for Harwich today. Riley shaking off a couple of signs. Is 1-0. And a swing and a miss. 89 on the fastball, and the count, 1 ball, 1 strike. Kavanaugh, one of the best hitters in this Harwich lineup, .313. Is 1-1. And a swing and a miss. A ball and 2 strikes to Kavanaugh.
Almost looks like a changeup. An 88-mile-an-hour changeup from Riley to combine with his 94, 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
Riley working quickly. 1-2. Fastball upstairs. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kavanaugh with that .313 average, but only 2 extra base hits on the season. He is a contact hitter for this Harwich team. 2-2. And he swings, finds contact, but fouls it straight back. Another 2-2 pitch upcoming. Bottom of the 4th, Orleans and Harwich. And a stalemate. And a foggy night at White House. 2-2. And a swing and a fly ball into right. Right fielder Marcano going back onto the warning track. He sets up camp, reaches up, and makes the catch. And there's 2 away. Julio Marcano has been busy in right field today. Already his 3rd put out.
Number 21, the right fielder from Tennessee, Jordan Beck.
So 2 away, the base is vacant. Bottom of the 4th inning, it will be the righty Jordan Beck, who walked his last time he was up. First pitch home. Strike at the knees. Count, no balls and 1 strike to Beck. Beck also drafted by the Red Sox, but not this year. 2 years ago in the 14th round of 2019. 0-1. And a strike low. Boy, Justin Mickness tonight, Gareth, is doing a terrific job of framing pitches.
And back-to-back sliders from Patrick Riley. Jordan Beck not expecting back-to-back off-speed there. Riley spinning that slider perfectly to get ahead.
Riley shakes, nods. 0-2. And a swing and a foul over the top of the backstop here at White House Field. We'll try another 0-2 pitch. Got some free time on your hand. Cole Bradley, our beat writer, wrote an article about framing pitches where Mickness was featured. And Justin putting on a clinic on a foggy night at White House. 0-2. And a ground ball foul. Pushed down the right field line. And Patrick Riley steps off the mound, adjusts the hat, and waits to throw another 0-2 pitch. Riley trying to go 1-2-3 for the first time today. Bottom of the 4th, no score. Orleans and Harwich on a foggy Wednesday night. 0-2. Swing and a miss. Down goes Beck. Strikeout number 5 for Riley. and his first 3 up, 3 down inning as an Orleans Firebird. We will head to the 5th. No score between the Mariners and the Firebirds. Let's go to our sideline reporter, Noah Searson. Noah, what do you got? Well, Noah's got skipper Kelly Nicholson trying to find him. It's always the fun game of Noah finding Kelly. And Noah, when you're ready, take it away.
Yeah, appreciate it, Carlo. So I'm on the sidelines with Skip. And Skip, it's the first look we've gotten at Pat Riley. Pretty impressive performance for you guys today. What have you thought of him so far?
What do you think of him so far? I think
he's pretty good. He's pretty great.
I think he's throwing the ball really well tonight. It's good velocity. It's good command. It's a good breaking ball. Showing feel for the changeup. A lot of confidence out there. I'm impressed. I'm glad he's on our team.
Absolutely, Skip. And, offense been a little stagnant over the last couple games, but when you look at the bench today, you got guys like Locke, McKenzie on the bench today. Is that a situation where you might use a pinch hitter at some point?
Absolutely.
Sooner rather than later?
Probably not. Situation will dictate that.
All right, appreciate it, Skip.
All right, you bet.
Noah Searson getting some insight from skipper Kelly Nicholson. Thank you, Noah. Top of the 5th inning at White House Field, a white blanket of fog in Harwich. And a scoreless game between the Mariners and the Firebirds, as up comes the left-handed batter Corey Acton. In his revenge game, should we call it, Gareth? Back with the team that released him to open up the year. Acton will lead off the top of the 5th.
Oh, it definitely is a revenge game for a guy who is struggling at the plate. I don't think anything would be better than getting a base hit off your former team.
First pitch to the lefty. And he watches a breaking ball drop in for a strike. Count, no balls and 1 strike to Acton. A 1. And a swing and a ground ball left side of the infield and into left field, a base hit. Corey Acton with his first knock of the summer against the team that released him to start this season. And a leadoff knock in the top of the 5th for the Firebirds.
Acton gives first base coach Ryan Erickson a little chest bump, a little shoulder, I'd say, almost like just to celebrate. Ryan Erickson knows how important that was for him, and that's got to feel good for Corey getting his first of the summer.
So up comes Trey Harmon, the righty, opening offering. Misses away. Count 1 ball and no strikes. Acton up until that last pitch, 0 for 18. In the summer of 2021 on the Cape. Throw down to first. Acton back on his feet.
Now don't get picked off now.
Third hit of the game for the Firebirds. And Orleans trying to take advantage and draw first blood at White House. 1-0 to Harmon. And he swings and pops one up down the right field line. Over towards the Orleans dugout. And out of play. And the count 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, it's getting pretty hard to see. I think really any fly ball, at least if you're in the stands, but I think for the right fielder Beck and the second baseman Hughes, I don't think they saw it necessarily right off the bat.
Acton leads at first, 1-1. Strike on the inside to Trey Harmon, and the count 1 ball, 2 strikes. Harmon had a leadoff single in the 3rd inning, was left stranded at 3rd. As he looks towards Dombrowski. Scoreless game, Harwich and Orleans, top of the 5th. 1-2. Swing and a miss, and down goes Trey Harmon. Strikeout number 6 for Trey Dombrowski. And up comes Justin Mickness with 1 on and 1 out.
Well, the stats don't lie for Dombrowski. Coming into this game, he had 22 strikeouts over 12 2/3 innings pitched, and he's already got 6 strikeouts through 4 1/3. He's got really good off-speed pitches.
Lefty Mickness looks on and swings at the first pitch and slices it foul down the left field line. Count no balls and 1 strike to him. Mickness just 2 for 15 in his last 6 games. The lefty out of Kent State trying to move Corey Acton over from first. Throw back to first. And a balk. Dombrowski did not get set. Corey Acton will take a free 90 feet. And the go-ahead run in scoring position for Orleans for the lefty McNiss.
I'm not sure if it was that or because Dombrowski almost looked like he was going to pitch first and then at the last second decided to throw over to first. And so that first move that he made was to the plate. And I think Steve Engler, the manager for Harwich, is trying to get an explanation from first base umpire Mike Rabideau, and that when he lifted his leg, he went toward the plate and not to first. So that's the block, and Acton now in scoring position.
Acton on the base paths after getting his first hit of the summer. McNiss looking to bring him home. 0-1. Justin swings and rolls one to second. Second baseman Hughes gobbles it up, tosses to first. And there's two away. On to third goes Corey Acton. He's 90 feet away. And up comes Benjamin Blackwell with a chance to pick up an RBI in the top of the fifth.
This is where you want to see guys. You're pulling for guys like Benjamin Blackwell, who hasn't been seeing the balls a ton very well at all this summer. But when there's a guy at third and a chance to break a scoreless tie, you're pulling for Blackwell here to deliver. He's already got 2 runs batted in on the summer.
First pitch to the righty. Swing and a miss. No balls and 1 strike. Blackwell, All-Atlantic first teamer with a .349 average. But it's been a little bit of a reality check here in the Cape. Just hitting .214, and he struck out 18 times. 0-1. And he swings and lines one into left field. A little bloop shot. Sliding in is the left fielder, Kavanaugh. And he makes the catch on the slide to rob Blackwell of an RBI as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning. The Firebirds move a runner to third as Corey Acton picks up a hit against the team that let him go, but nothing to show for it. Second time today the Firebirds had left the guy 90 feet away. Bottom of the 5th inning we go at White House Field. Still no score. Orleans and Harwich.
All right, fans, tonight's game is sponsored by Franklin Sports. The Orleans Firebirds would like to thank Franklin Sports for their sponsorship of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Franklin is yet again proud to be the official batting glove of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Throughout the summer, all 10 Cape League teams are wearing their own custom team batting gloves courtesy of Franklin Sports. To order your favorite team's design or to create your own, visit franklinsports.com/custom. Enter code CCBL20 for 20% off your purchase. That's enter code CCBL20 for 20% off your purchase. From Cape Cod to the major leagues, only the best hitters in baseball wear Franklin gloves. And tonight's game is sponsored by Rogers Gray. Wherever you call home, from Boston to the South Shore to the South Coast to the Cape and Islands, Rogers Gray has you covered for all of your coastal homeowners insurance needs. Rogers Gray is a proud sponsor of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Learn more at rogersgray.com.
Thanks so much, Gareth. Fantastic reads every time.
My pleasure.
Anywhere.
My pleasure.
Fog, sunshine, rain. Doesn't matter.
I think you can literally check off every single box as far as what can happen at a baseball game, right? And I think we've already experienced it. Can you believe it's only halfway in, and I think we've checked off all those boxes.
You say that now. You say that now.
Wind, rain, fog, sun, humidity.
There's a lot out there.
Yeah, there is, but...
Bottom of the 5th inning, and the right-handed batter, Zach Preisner, climbs into the box. Scoreless game. First pitch. Preisner swings, jam shot over towards short. Shortstop Blackwell on the charge. He gloves it from the infield grass, fires across his body to first. 1 pitch, 1 out. Preisner retired, and up comes Hal Hughes, the 9-hole hitter.
Number 19, the second baseman from Rice, Hal.
Yeah, Patrick Riley, he's going to keep going on here in this ball game. He doesn't have much of a leash tonight, so don't be surprised if he can maybe get through 6 and maybe 7 if he's efficient with it. But he's looked good so far through 4 1/3 innings with 5 strikeouts.
No score, Orleans and Harwich. First pitch to the righty, Hughes. Just misses low. Count 1 ball, no strikes. Cal Hughes headed to Rice after spending 2 years at LSU. 1-0. And he takes strike one at the knees. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hughes just hitting 191. He's 0 for 9 in his last 3 games. 1-1. Below the knees. 2 balls and a strike. And in his last 5 games, Hughes 1 for 16. It has been a rough go for the rising senior out of Boston, Massachusetts. 2-1. And he swings and pops one up down the right field line. Right fielder Marcano moving over in fair territory. On the jog, he makes the catch. Hughes is retired. 6 in a row put down by Riley. And the lineup card is flipped, and up comes Tatum Levens.
Yeah, Patrick Riley has figured out a groove. But that may be it, as here comes manager Kelly Nicholson. He's going to jog out to the mound. Usually he likes to walk out there, but we'll see if this is just a mound visit or if we're going to go to the bullpen.
The whole infield's coming in. But Kelly usually points at the pen. And I would not be surprised if he came out and said, "How you feeling? We're going to give you this batter, and that's it."
I think he was just pointing actually at the first base umpire asking for time. And I think just to check in, how are you doing? I was going to say, Riley's been rolling through so far.
First pitch to the lefty, Levens is in the dirt. Count 1 ball, no strikes. According to Noah Sears, our sideline reporter, we talked to before the game, Riley's pitch count is 80. 1-0. And the count, 2 balls and no strikes. In terms of when he is supposed to stop, his pitch cap, I should say, is 80, not pitch count. 2-0. Brushes off the dirt again. 3 balls, no strikes.
And right now he's sitting around 65, 66 pitches so far. So he could theoretically, if he can get through Levens, probably face a couple hitters next inning in the 6th.
3-0 to the leadoff man. Strike down the middle. 3 balls and 1 strike to Tatum Levens. Patrick Riley's nickname, the Mayor, at Vanderbilt. Working quickly, 3-1. And a swing and a foul down the left field line. Into the seats for a souvenir. The count runs full, 3 balls, 2 strikes.
So that was pitch number 70. 44 strikes over 26 balls, so he's getting close. He certainly will need to strike out Levens here.
Looking to get through 5 on a foggy night at White House Field. Payoff pitch. Swinging a ground ball towards second. Second baseman Chattanyank picks it up off the dirt to first in time for the out. 7 put down in a row by Patrick Riley as the dugout comes out to give their starting pitcher props. Scoreless game through 5 at White House Field. We'll head to the top of the 6th. Harwich Mariners and Orleans Firebirds with zeros on the board. It's overcast, it's foggy, and we're playing baseball at White House Field. Orleans Firebirds and the Harwich Mariners scoreless as we begin the top of the 6th inning, and it's the top of the lineup for Orleans. Peyton Chatinier, Luke Kiesel, Julio Marcano to face for the 3rd time today. Trey Dombrowski, 6 strikeouts for him through the 5 innings of work. He's given up just 3 hits and no runs. And what has been a pitcher's duel, Gareth, between Dombrowski and Riley.
Yeah, it's been advertised. I mean, Dombrowski, who came in as a strikeout guy, who's been their best pitcher on the staff, and then Patrick Riley, who had a good first year with Vandy in his freshman year, first full season, I should say, as a second-year freshman. So, I mean, these two guys have been battling it out right now, but Peyton Chanier trying to say no more and get things going.
First pitch to the right-hander, and he checks his swing and takes a strike. Count, no balls and 1 strike to Chatinier. A blanket of fog. No miss, though, today, unlike yesterday's fog. 0-1. And a swing and a high pop-up into shallow center field. Center fielder Newell coming in on the jog. He makes the catch. And Chatinier retired. He's now 1 for 3. And up comes Luke Kiesel with the bases empty and 1 away in the top of the 6th. Kiesel, not too long ago, was in Virginia in the Cal Ripken League. First pitch to the right-handed batter. Ball misses upstairs. The count, 1 ball, no strikes. Hitting .325, 17 stolen bases for Kiesel in just 21 games. He's got terrific speed. 1-0. He looks at a breaking ball that drops in for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Playing for the Gaithersburg Giants. Dombrowski as Kiesel calls time.
Looks like Alex Rao, a right-hander from Notre Dame, is getting loose for Harwich, so this could be Dombrowski's last inning.
1-1. And a swing and a big chopper down the third base line. Third baseman Wilkin gloves, throws to first, low throw. Putt's able to scoop it up. Down goes Kiesel for the 3rd time today. And up comes Julio Marcano with 2 outs in the top of the 6th.
Fog has gotten a little bit thicker here also, and it's really showing itself in the infield. Tough to see some of the infielders even.
Opening offering to the right-handed batter. And he looks at a strike on the outside. No balls and 1 strike to Marcano. Dombrowski went 7 innings in his last appearance. 0-1. And Marcano swings and pops one up straight back. No balls and 2 strikes quickly to Julio. 9 strikeouts for Dombrowski. And 7 innings of work against YD. 0-2. Marcano swings and taps one foul down the third base line. And awaits another 0-2 pitch. If you're just joining us, we had a fog delay in the middle of the first inning. Only 10 minutes, though. And ever since, it's been smooth sailing. Top of the 6th inning, scoreless game, Orleans and Harwich, 0-2. Just misses away. Dombrowski thought that was strike 3. Already walking off the mound towards the Harwich dugout. And Marcano lays off a good pitch, and the count 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I think even Marcano thought that was going to be strike 3. He didn't seem to disagree with that call.
1-2 home. Marcano, another foul ball. Over towards the Harwich bullpen. Julio Marcano trying to extend his 3-game hitting streak against this Harwich Mariner team. 1-2. And he swings and fouls one down the right field line. Round 3 between Orleans and Harwich. Firebirds winning both the previous 2 matchups by scores of 8-1 and 2-1. 1-2. Upstairs to Marcano. And the count 2 balls, 2 strikes. Although last time these two teams squared off, the Firebirds had 7 different players in the lineup than from today. 2-2. And Marcano spoils another pitch. Over the press box, hits the light ball. What are the odds? Straight back. And another 2-2 pitch upcoming. In fact, Orleans has not lost to Harwich since July 24th, 2019. 2-2. Misses. Upstairs. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Marcano. And the Firebirds dominated the series last year, winning all but 2 years ago. 3-2 to the plate. Marcano, another foul. Down the third base line. And a payoff pitch coming again to the right-handed batter out of NJIT. Base is empty, 2 outs, scoreless game, top of the 6th, Orleans and Harwich. Dombrowski's payoff. Strike 3 at the top of the zone. Julio Marcano doesn't agree. That is strikeout number 7 for Trey Dombrowski as Marcano shakes his head, says some words to Billy Julie, and walks back to the dugout. We will head to the bottom of the 6th. Still scoreless at White House, Firebirds and the Mariners.
Hi, I'm Steve Anzoni, owner of Fairway Financial and Cape Cod's Retirement Income Specialist. If you want to hit a home run with your retirement income plan, schedule a time to meet with me today.
Get more details at fairwayfinancial.net. That's fairwayfinancial.net.
Welcome back to White House Field. Carlo Jimenez alongside Gareth Kwok. Matt Sheffield to my right. And Noah Searson roaming the field somewhere. Bottom of the 6th inning. No score between Orleans and Harwich, and a new pitcher on the mound. It's the lefty Zach Morris out of Arkansas, appearing for the 6th time this year. Gareth, what will we see from Morris?
Yeah, Morris, a left-hander. And what you're going to see from him, he's going to throw over the top into that arm slot. Fastball will run about 89, 90, 91. You'll get a couple 92s here and there. He also has a big curveball as well that'll run in the mid to high 70s. He does have a changeup that he will throw from time to time, although not often. Mostly a 2-pitch guy, fastball, curveball with the occasional changeup. And he's going to face off against lefty Chris Newell here.
Lefty on lefty to open up the inning. First pitch home. Newell watches a fastball blow by him for a strike. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. Morris coming off an outing against YD, and he only went 2/3. 0-1. At the knees for a strike. No balls, 2 strikes. Morris came in to face the lefty for YD, gave up a 2-run home run, and made a 4-2 game 6-4 and a turning point at Red Wilson 4 days ago. 0-2. Big breaking ball misses high. On the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Zach with a 3.6 ERA in his 5 innings of work this season. Bottom 6, no score, Orleans and Harwich. 1-2. downstairs. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Chris Newell. Newell, Wilkin, punts. 2-3-4. The 9-7-2 Harwich Mariners in a scoreless bottom of the 6th. 6 combined hits between the two teams. No runs to show for it. 2-2. And a swing and a pop up on the infield, left side. Shortstop Blackwell with his toes on the infield grass, sets his feet, makes the catch. And there's one away. So up comes Brock Wilkin, who bounced into a 3-6-1 double play back in the 3rd inning, which now, as this game goes on and remains scoreless, looks all that much bigger. Righty on lefty. Morris kicks and deals. And Wilkin takes a ball low. 1 ball, no strikes. At the time in the 3rd, Levins was on second with a double. Newell was on first with a walk, and there was nobody out. 1-0. And a swing and a high fly ball foul down the left field line. Wilkin hammers one, but doesn't get the angle, and the count 1 ball, 1 strike. Brock Wilkin leads the Cape in RBIs, tied for 2nd in walks and 4th in average. He has been one of the best hitters since June 20th. 1-1. Breaking ball doesn't break, misses upstairs. 2 balls and a strike. 2021 collegiate baseball freshman All-American out of Wake Forest. 2-1. Swing and a miss at a high fastball. The count 2 balls, 2 strikes to Wilkin.
I mean, we're talking about a true freshman who just finished his first year, and he's 6'4", 225, and he's considered to be one of the top prospects for the draft class of 2023.
Morris kicks 2-2 to the plate. And a swing and a foul down the 3rd base line. I need to know what the Brock Wilkin diet is. And the workout split.
You think he's eating a lot of chicken?
I know he's eating a lot of chicken. Taps the plate once, looks towards Morris. 1 out, bases empty, scoreless bottom of the 6th. Here comes a 2-2. Breaking ball misses low, and the count runs full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Wilkin.
That's where Morris has to be careful here with a good fastball hitter like Wilkin. Has to be selective here. Maybe see if he can throw off Wilkin with the breaking ball.
Wilkin rests the bat on the right shoulder. Morris peeks over the top of the glove. 3-2. Strike 3 at the knees. Wilkin retired looking for the 2nd time today. Zach Morris's first strikeout, and 2 up, 2 down to open up the bottom of the 6th.
So he doesn't go breaking ball. He goes fastball right at the knees. I mean, it was a perfect placement there, right at the bottom of the strike zone. I mean, you could not have asked for a better pitch against Brock Wilkin, who is one of the best power hitters on the Cape. I'm surprised that Wilkin took that pitch, too, for strike 3. He thought he would be a little bit more aggressive.
Right-handed batter Carson Putz looks on. Morris steals home. Putz swings and bounces one up the middle. Shortstop Blackwell able to scoop it from his right leg. Throws across his body to first. Blackwell stumbling a little bit. Still gets it to Trey Sermon. And in plenty of time for the out. It's 3 up, 3 down for Zach Morris. And zeros across the scoreboard through 6. We'll go to the top of the 7th inning. Gareth Kwok will have us the rest of the way. But first, Noah Searson's got something to say. Noah, go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, appreciate it, Carlos. So we obviously got a tightly contested game today. But I actually stopped by Eldridge earlier today, and a part of the Firebirds pregame routine today is they actually had somebody speak to the entire team about financial advice. Now, this may seem a little bit strange, but if you know anything about head skip Kelly Nicholson, it's that when he brings guys in, not only does he want them to develop as baseball players, but he wants them to develop as people. And a part of that, especially around draft time, is knowing how to manage your finances, knowing how to manage your money. I talked to Jared McKenzie, outfielder from Baylor, about it, and he said it was actually extremely helpful, especially considering a lot of these guys guys on this team are hopping in mock drafts for next year, and a lot of them will get drafted, get those big signing bonuses. They need to know where to put their money. So Kelly not only helping out with baseball and life lessons, but giving the players practical skills as well that they'll hopefully use soon enough. Financial advice, a part of the pregame ritual, may seem a little bit weird, but on a Kelly Nicholson team, it's all the norm. Guys?
All right, thanks so much, Noah. Great insight on what happened earlier today with the Firebirds before the game. And some financial advice. And we are now in the top of the 7th. Trey Dombrowski's night is done as the Harwich starter. Fantastic start once again for the left-hander out of Monmouth. He throws 6 innings, allows 3 hits, no runs, no walks, and 7 strikeouts. Just another really good start from the Harwich southpaw, and he will now give way to the right-hander out of Notre Dame, a rising junior, Alex Rayo, a 6'4", 230-pound right-hander from Hobe Sound, Florida. And Carlo, what is Mr. Rayo going to throw here against Harwich's against Orleans' middle of the order here?
Yeah, right-handed hitters are going to see a 3-pitch mix of a fastball, slider, changeup. Fastball tops out at 93. Slider hits low 80s, and so does the changeup. And then a 2-pitch mix to lefties like the Lauder of just a fastball and a changeup. Likes to work the zone away to hitters.
Chase DeLauder, righty on lefty matchup. First pitch to Chase is a swing and a foul behind the Harwich press box for strike 1 at 91 miles an hour. And so it's 0-1 to DeLauder. He's 0 for 2. 2 ground outs. 0-1 is a slider inside and low for ball 1. Count even at 1 here to the Orleans center fielder. 4, 5, and 6. DeLauder, Bulger, and Acton dude up here in the top of the 7th. 1-1. Swing and a miss. High fastball, DeLauder unable to connect. And it's 1-2. Alex Rayo, late inning reliever who was a feature piece for the Notre Dame bullpen this season. 1-2 pitch, high fastball away. Taken for ball 2, 2-2. Had a 3.16 ERA in 15 appearances. Through 37 innings, 36 strikeouts over 23 walks. 2-2 pitch, DeLauder skies one high into center field. Newell, the center fielder, doesn't see it. He's got his arms out, and it's going to fall into shallow center for a base hit. DeLauder sliding into second base with a double to lead off the 7th. Chase DeLauder just skied a big league fly ball into center field, and the center fielder, Newell, had no idea where the ball was. It lands about 20 feet in front of him, and Chase, who was going full speed ahead, slides into second, and he's in scoring position now for Jack Bulger.
For all the hard-hit balls DeLauder has had in the last couple of games that have gone right at fielders, that one feels deserved.
The right-handed hitting Jack Bulger stands in. He's 0 for 2 tonight. Righty on righty matchup versus Rayo. And the first pitch, Bulger shows bunt, pulls back, and it's a fastball right down the middle for a called strike 1. 0-1 to Bulger. Hitless in 2 at-bats so far in his Orleans debut. Just activated onto the roster this morning. Rayo gets the sign, 0-1. Bulger shows bunt again and lays it down right up the first base line. Picked up by the catcher, Levens. Only play will go the first, and the throw is in time to beat out Bulger. DeLauder will go to third on a beautiful bunt by Jack Bulger. Placed right along the first base side. Just a couple feet out in front of the catcher, Levens, and there was going to be no chance to get the lead out at third, so they get the out at first, and so the sacrifice is complete, and now the infield will be brought in for Harwich, and here comes Corey Acton. Righty versus lefty. First pitch from Rayo is in the dirt, and sprawling to block that one and keep it in front is the catcher, Levens. Ball 1 to Acton, the former Harwich Mariner, looking to bite back. as an Orleans Firebird. He picked up his first hit of the summer back in the 5th with a single on the ground into left field. Infield in for Harwich, 1-0. Acton, swing, pops it up. Foul off toward the behind the Harwich grandstands. And the count even at 1 to Corey Acton. The Georgia commit. Orleans is starting third baseman. Galader led off with a pop-up double. He's at third now, 1-1. Acton swinging a foul, tipped off the glove of Levens. And so it's 1-2 now to Corey Acton with Trey Harmon on deck for the Firebirds. Still no score here in the top of the 7th. Firebirds, though, with their best chance. Runner on third, 1 out. Infield in for the Mariners. Rayo gets the sign from the catcher, Levens. 1-2. Popped up, foul behind home plate, and we'll do it again, 1-2.
Well, the only thing better than getting a hit off the team that lets you go would be picking up an RBI to give your team their first lead of the ballgame. And Acton's got a chance as the fog rolls in.
Firebirds have won 1 of their last 6 games on a 3-game losing streak, trying to snap that tonight from White House Field. 1-2. Fastball inside, just by a hair. Very close pitch from Alex Rayo on the mound, and he's taking a little stroll off the mound, wondering where that one was. Almost catching the inside. It's 2-2 to Corey Acton. The 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball tapped softly on the ground to second. Hughes is coming home. DeLauder will score without him sliding. Acton beats it out at first, and Orleans is taking the lead 1-0. Acton puts the ball in play, a soft ground ball to second, and DeLauder got a great jump off third. He didn't even need to slide at home plate. He's safe, and the throw to first, not in time. Corey Acton delivers an RBI, fielder's choice, and it's 1-0 Firebirds. Here's the right-handed hitting Trey Harmon now. Acton runs on the first pitch, pitches a strike, throw down to second, and it goes into center field. Acton not hesitating, going for third. Here's the throw, the third now, and it's not in time. Corey Acton doing it with the bat to drive in the run, and now with his legs, he's 90 feet away now, and here comes manager Steve Engler now for Harwich. He's going to try and calm down Alex Rayo on the mound in this infield. On a crazy series of events, the last 5 minutes or so the Firebirds have been running wild.
Well, how good must this feel for Corey Acton? I mean, you come to Harwich, they accept you after you played here in 2019. You get released after starting 0 for 12. And so far, all you've done is caused the Harwich Mariners headaches here in the 7th inning. That slow roller down the right field line, beats it out, stealing a base, advancing to third on a wild pitch. And for the Firebirds, a team that has allowed 27 or has left 27 base runners on the base pass in the last 3 games, takes advantage of an opportunity with a bloop double by DeLauder because of the fog. Just a great job by a team that was struggling to capitalize on chances. And they do exactly that, and an opportunity for more with Trey Sermon and Acton 90 feet from the promised land.
Trey Harmon picked up his first hit as a Firebird back in the 3rd. He then struck out swinging in the 5th. Infield drawn in again for Harwich. The 1-0 is on the outside for a called strike. 1 ball, 1 strike to Harmon. Righty on righty matchup. With Orleans up by a run. Acton at 3rd, 1 out. 1-1, swing and a miss. Harmon very late on the 91-mile-an-hour fastball, and so now it's 1-2 with the left-handed hitting Justin Mickness on deck for the Firebirds. A run across on an RBI fielder's choice off the bat of Corey Acton that brought home Chase DeLauder from 3rd. 1-2 pitch. Harmon, big chopper over the head of the second baseman Hughes and into right center field, a base hit. Acton will score from third. How about Trey Harmon picking up his first run batted in as an Orleans Firebird? He's got his first 2 hits for this summer, and it's now 2-0 Orleans here in the top of the 7th.
And it's the new guys of Acton and Harmon producing for Orleans. A lot of small ball, and it's getting the job done.
Time is called here, and Tyler Locklear will come in and pinch run for Trey Harmon. A well-deserved round of applause from the Orleans crowd here along the first base side. Locklear will pinch run for Trey Harmon at first. So a very nice night for Trey Harmon. 2 hits and an RBI. 2-0 Firebirds. We're in the top of the 7th. Mickness, left-handed hitter, takes an inside fastball for a called strike. 0-1 to the Kent State catcher, Justin Mickness. 2 runs on 2 hits, 1 error so far in this inning. 0-1, fastball is high inside for ball 1. Count even at 1 now to Mickness. He's 0 for 2. Struck out looking in the 3rd and then bounced out to 2nd in the 5th. All off against the right-hander Alex Rayo. 1-1. Mickness swinging a foul tip into the glove of Levens, and he's behind 1-2 now.
I imagine putting Tyler Locklear here in this situation. Skip talked with Noah Searson in the 4th inning about it, but you want to get the right-handed bat back in with Dombrowski, the lefty, out of the ballgame.
1-2. The pitch. Fastball inside. Count even at 2 now to Mickness. And what has been a pitcher's duel and a deadlock up until this point on this foggy Wednesday night from Harwich. Rayo gets the sign, 2-2. Breaking ball outside, ball 3, and we'll have a full count to Justin Mickness. RBI fielder's choice from Corey Acton, bringing home Chase DeLauder, and then an RBI single over Hal Hughes at second to bring home Acton. 3-2 runner goes. Strike 3 called. Locklear will take second without a throw. So Mickness goes down looking, and Locklear advances into scoring position. He's at second on the stolen base.
I think Levens might have thought that was a ball initially. He made no effort to throw to second base. And then once he realized it was strike 3, it was already too late. Locklear had a free 90.
Right-hand hitting Benjamin Blackwell stands in versus Rayo. First pitch, fastball up high for ball 1. The Dayton shortstop Blackwell has made a nice couple of plays in the infield, although he's 0 for 2 at the plate. Runs are at a premium here tonight. 1-0. Fastball that catches the outside for a called strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike to Blackwell. He has struck out swinging in the 3rd and then flew out to left and broke his bat in the 5th. As a new piece of wood. 1 ball, 1 strike. Locklear at second. 1-1. Swinging a pop-up foul toward the Harwich Snack Shack. Behind home plate, out of play, and so it's 1-2.
Garrett, there's a huge gap on the left side of the infield because the shortstop Preisner is trying to hold Locklear at second. And if Blackwell can push one that way, it will for sure be a single.
Yeah, third baseman Wilkin just playing only a couple of feet off the base at third. 1-2 to Blackwell, the pitch. And he lays off a breaking ball, low and outside, 2-2. Alex Rayo, who had a career high in appearances, innings pitched, strikeouts, and a career low in ERA this season for the Fighting Irish, that made it to the Starkville Regional against Mississippi State. 2-2. Up high, taken for ball 3, 3-2. Notre Dame competing against Mississippi State in the Super Regional. And then Mississippi State would move on to be the national champions. in the College World Series. 3-2. A look over at second at Locklear. The pitch. And a foul. Blackwell able to get a piece. At first it may have looked like a swing and a miss, drop third strike, but home plate umpire Bill Julie indicating that Blackwell got a piece of it, so he stays alive. 3-2 with Peyton Chanier on deck for the Firebirds in the top of the order. Both runs coming so far in this top of the 7th. Rayo gets the sign. A look over at second, 3-2. And a high fastball taken for ball 4. A great at-bat for Benjamin Blackwell, given that he's been chasing and swinging and missing and striking out a lot, but that took some discipline there to lay off some tough pitches from Alex Rayo, and so Blackwell is aboard. Locklear at second, Blackwell at first, and the top of the order comes back up to the plate, as here is the right-handed hitting Chanier. First delivery. Fastball at 90 miles an hour, in there for a called strike. 0-1 to Chanier. He's 1 for 3 tonight. Struck out swinging to begin the ball game in the first. A double to left center in the third, and then a fly out to center in the 6th. 0-1 pitch. Slider. And a beautiful slider that's right on the outside. 0-2. Harwich in the bottom of the 7th will have Hood, Kavanaugh, and Beck, the 5, 6, and 7 hitters, dewed up. Oh, 0-2 to Chanier. Rayo at the belt. Kicks and deals. Breaking ball, Chanier, fly ball into left field. Moving over to his right and making the catch is Prez Kavanaugh. And that will end the inning. Orleans, they bring home 2 runs on 2 hits, 1 error, and they leave 2 stranded. They have the lead as we head into the 7th inning stretch here from White House Field. Firebirds 2, Mariners nothing when we come back on the Birds Broadcast Network.
Curry College is where you go to become anything you want. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers with learning beyond the classroom. Explore undergraduate programs including new majors in sport and recreation management, graphic design, marketing, and computer science. Online at www.curry.edu. The 99 Restaurant and Pub is proud to be a sponsor of the Cape Cod Baseball League. Visit your local 99 and try their famous Colossal Lobster Rolls, piled high on a grilled brioche and served hot buttered or with just the right amount of mayo and celery with fries and coleslaw. The 99, always the real deal. For rentals and sales of Caterpillar machinery, generators, and marine engines, visit MiltonCat.com, your area cat dealer. Milton Cat, the Cape and Islands Caterpillar dealer, is proud to be a sponsor of today's game.
All right, thanks so much, Carlo. 7th inning stretch from White House Field in Harwich. Mariners, prior to this game, had won 5, or they have won 5 of their last 7. But they are down right now by 2. Orleans leading 2-0. Zach Morris remaining in the game, and new defensive substitutions for the Firebirds. Jared McKenzie now enters the game. He's in center field. Chase DeLauder moves from center field to right field. And now Tyler Locklear has taken over for Trey Harmon at first. Josh Hood, first pitch swing, and he ropes one into left center field, into the gap, and it's going to one-hop the fence. McKenzie over to dig it out, but not before Josh Hood will take a turnaround second. And he's got a leadoff double to begin the 7th. The first pitch, Zach Morris throws to Josh Hood. It's a fastball, and it is roped on one hop to the left center field fence. And here comes the tying run to the plate now for the Mariners. So Josh Hood, who was drafted yesterday by the Boston Red Sox in the 20th round, what may be his final game with the Mariners before reporting to the Red Sox. He's standing at second. Here's the left-handed hitting Prez Kavanaugh now out of UNC Greensboro. First offering from Morris. is a foul down the left field line on the ground. And it's 0-1 to the Harwich left fielder, Kavanaugh. So Jared McKenzie in center field. Chase DeLauder moving over to right field. Tyler Locklear at first. So Julio Marcano and Trey Harmon are now out of the ball game for Orleans, if you're scoring back at home. Morris gets the sign from Justin Mickness. A peek over at second, 0-1. And a curveball that misses high, taken for ball one. 1-1 to Kavanaugh. He is 1 for 2 tonight. Infield hit in the second, and then a fly out to right in the fourth. Harwich on a 2-game winning streak, winning against Catuit yesterday by a final of 6-3. 1-1 pitch. Morris pitches it low and outside. 2-1.
Morris's longest outing this year, Gareth, only an inning and a third, so he's stretching himself a little bit here.
Zach Morris, the left-hander from the University of Arkansas, just finished this season as a second-year freshman. And the 2-1. Popped up, slicing foul down the left field line. And the count even at 2 now to Kavanaugh. Jordan Beck out of Tennessee on deck. He's a right-handed hitter. And we'll see if what Kelly Nicholson and the pitching and the coaching staff decides to do after Morris faces off against the lefty Kavanaugh. Do they go to the bullpen to face the righty Beck? Hood at second. 2-2. Up the middle. Ricochets off the calf of Morris. Fielded by Blackwell, and his throw to first in time for the putout. Marked at 1-6-3 as a sharp ground ball deflects off the lower leg of Zach Morris. He's okay. And fortunately for Orleans, Benjamin Blackwell right there, just off to the left of second, to field that deflection and then throw the first for the out. Advancing to third is Hood. And here comes manager Kelly Nicholson and Zach Morris. His night will be done. He gives the ball to Kelly, and Morris will walk off. And we'll have ourselves a new pitcher with a runner at third and 1 out. Tying run up to the plate again for the Mariners. And we'll have the new pitcher when we come back here on the Birds Broadcast Network. Runner at third, 1 out here in this last of the seventh. Orleans holding a 2-0 lead against Harwich. Zach Morris has given the ball to Kelly Nicholson, and the new pitcher now for the Firebirds will be the rising senior out of Hartford, Nathan Florence, a 6'3", 210-pound right-hander from Wilbraham, Massachusetts, and he is making his first appearance with Orleans this summer. Carlo, what is Nathan Florence going to throw here?
3-pitch mix, fastball, curveball, changeup. Fastball tops runner on 94. Curveball sits 75, 78, a little bit of a faster curveball, and changeup 85, 82.
Florence facing off against Jordan Beck. First pitch is way off with the curveball, misses high. Ball 1 to the Tennessee right fielder Jordan Beck. He's got home run power. He hit 15 with the Volunteers this spring. He represents the tying run at the plate. Josh Hood at third. 1-0. Fastball at 87 in tight. 2-0.
A night like tonight, Gareth, it's a little harder to get your body warm with this fog and the humidity.
Florence, who was a starter for Hartford this past spring. 2-0. Swing and a miss. Beck can't catch up on the fastball. 2-1. He was their Saturday starter, and he went 6 or more innings in 5 of his 9 starts. But here he is coming out of the bullpen in an unfamiliar role for him, trying to keep Orleans on top. 2-1, infield playing back. And a fastball that catches the outside for a called strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Jordan Beck, who is 0 for 1, who has drawn a walk and has struck out swinging in the 4th. Back against Patrick Riley, the Orleans starter who pitched phenomenally in his first start on the Cape. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Florence deals. Swing and a miss. Beck waves and misses on the pitch in the dirt. Blocked nicely by Justin Mickness, and a big strikeout for Nathan Florence right out of the bullpen. In a strikeout situation, he gets the strikeout. And with 2 out and a runner at third, this will bring up Zach Preisner, the Harwich shortstop. Preisner 0 for 2. He has bounced out to short twice tonight. Fog continuing to roll in here at White House Field. The first pitch is inside for ball 1. I mean, it's pitch black right now, but the lights are on and there is a strong fog and a strong haze. 1-0. Right down the middle for a called strike. 1-1 to Preisner. The fog has been a factor all night long. We had a fog delay in the bottom of the first that lasted about 10 minutes. And we have not stopped since. 1-1. Breaking ball, tapped foul off of Preisner's foot. And it may have caught in the piece of Justin Mickness, New Orleans backstop. And so it's 1-2. Nathan Florence out of the bullpen. Not new to the Cape League. He played for Wareham in 2018, 3 summers ago, and won a championship with the Gatemen there. Here he is now, second stint on the Cape with a new team. 1-2 pitch. And a foul off to the right toward the Orleans dugout, off the end of the bat. And so it remains 1-2 to the Notre Dame shortstop Preisner. Josh Hood led off the inning with a double to left center. A ground out and then a strikeout. Hood's at third. Florence trying to get Orleans into the 8th. 1-2. Fastball just a bit high. Says home plate umpire Bill Julie. Count even at 2. Harwich's 9-hitter Hal Hughes waiting on deck. If Preisner can get on base. The 2-2 from Florence. Swing and a miss. Pumps the fastball past Preisner. And Nathan Florence out of the bullpen with 2 big strikeouts. And we send this game now to the top of the 8th. Orleans 2, Harwich nothing. When we come back here on the Birds Broadcast Network.
Thanks so much, Gareth. What an outing by Preisner. Let's give you a update around the Cape. What's going on? Bottom of the 8th inning. Boy, do we have a good one at Doran Park. Hyannis with a 7-6 lead over the Braves. Well, the Harbor Hawks get their 3rd win of the season against the Braves. 3 in a row those teams are playing, and Hyannis trying to get one of those games. Other game today in the top of the 8th at Spillane Field. Katuitt leading Wareham 3-1. Over the Gatemen, and Chatham with a healthy 6-3 lead over the Brewster Whitecaps at Veterans Field. Also a lot of fog in Chatham today, so fog around the Cape Gareth, it's so foggy. You would not know that there are trees beyond the field here at White House Field. It is, if there's no lights, I don't even know if I know where I am.
That's a great point you make. I mean, they're typically all those tall trees that sit behind the fence, but you can barely see them. I mean, you really can't see anything. You just see the fog, and you just see the light almost kind of brighten the fog, you could say. And so it's almost like if you hit the ball over the fence, it's almost into the abyss. And so that's, I mean, the best way you can describe it. It's just a black hole out there beyond the outfield fence. As Gareth Kwok alongside Carlo Jimenez, our sideline reporter, Noah Sears in here on the Birds Broadcast Network, is game number 18 on the schedule. After the completion of this ball game, we will already be halfway through the Cape League schedule. We've had 4 rainouts. Orleans has had 4 rainouts, I should say, and so the maximum amount of games that can be played and finished because of the no makeups rule for this season is 36. 36 possible games. Orleans trying to get back to 500. Luke Keischel, first pitch against Alex Rayo, back out for his second inning, is a fastball at the belt for a called strike, 0-1. Keischel, Marcano, or pardon me, not Marcano, McKenzie on deck, and then DeLauder, 2, 3, and 4, due up here against the right-hander from Notre Dame. Top 8 from Harwich. A 1 from Rayo, and a slow slider that is low for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Keischel is 0 for 3 tonight. 1-1. Line drive and a diving stop made by Zach Preisner, and he caught it before that ball landed on the turf. A topspin liner off the bat of Luke Keischel, who was upset that he didn't have a base hit on that sharp line drive toward the hole. Zach Preisner diving on the backhand to make the catch before the ball landed on the ground. So we'll go as a line out to the shortstop, and now Jared McKenzie getting his first at-bat of the game. First pitch to the left-hand hitting McKenzie is outside, and the fog is now intensified once again. Well, we're still continuing to play through. Rayo working quickly. 1-0, swing and a miss. Fastball blown past him. Count even at 1.
Pinch hitting is Jared McKenzie.
McKenzie, who entered the game as a defensive sub, he's in center now. 1-1, swing and a miss, and is now 1-2 to the Orleans center fielder, Jared McKenzie. Hitting just .208 on the summer. 1-2. Swinging a foul tip into the glove of Levens. Strike 3 swinging. Alex Arroyo makes quick work of Jared McKenzie in his first at-bat of the ball game. And with nobody on and 2 out, here comes Chase DeLauder for the Firebirds.
Yeah, Gareth, you mentioned it. The fog here has gotten really bad. Out in left especially. In right field, it's not so bad, but it's hard to see Prez Kavanaugh in left.
First pitch to DeLauder. Fastball, swinging a foul tip secured by the catcher Levens again, and it's 0-1. Center field to right, not so bad. Left field, though, not so good. It's a thick fog and a thick cloud. 0-1. DeLauder, line drive up the middle in the center field, a base hit. I have no idea how DeLauder was able to swing and find an opening through the middle of the infield, given the conditions. A base hit for the James Madison right fielder. His second hit of the ball game. And here comes Jack Bulger out of Vanderbilt for Orleans.
DeLauder continues to deliver for the Firebirds. He has been the one constant in this 3-game slide.
Bulger, right-handed hitter versus the righty Rayo. First pitch, fastball is a little bit outside. Ball 1 to the Orleans left fielder, Bulger. He's 0 for 2. Laid down a great sacrifice bunt in the 7th that helped Orleans play home 2 runs in that inning. 1-0. Ground ball to second. Hughes sets his feet, gobbles it up, tosses it to first in time. And the side is retired. 1 hit, 1 left on for Orleans in the top of the 8th. We'll go to the bottom half of the 8th with all the fog continuing to come in here at White House Field. 2-0 Orleans when we come back. Welcome back to the Birds Broadcast Network. Gareth Kwok alongside Carlo Jimenez and our sideline reporter Noah Searson. And before we begin here in this bottom of the 8th, the fog has gone much, much worse. It is so hard to see left field, and now we're going to send it over to Noah Searson, our sideline reporter. Noah, can you see out there right now in the fog?
It's not great. The umps met up once. They just met up again, and they are going to suspend the game. So the game is not over yet. It's going to be 15, 20-minute delay. We'll reevaluate then. But it has gotten increasingly worse over the last couple minutes. Through innings 6 through 8, it wasn't too bad. But over the past, 5 minutes or so, even as I'm speaking, it is getting so much worse than it was before. Chase DeLauder not out there right now, or Jared McKenzie. But if there were people in the outfield, you wouldn't really be able to see them. So we're going to sit here for a moment. Good news for Firebirds fans is they scored their 2 runs at the top of the last inning. So if this game is canceled because of the fog, it should still count as a Firebirds victory. That hasn't happened yet. Right now, play is suspended, and we're going to reevaluate 15 to 20. So I'll send it back to you guys in the booth. But if I have any other updates, I'll be sure to page you guys.
All right, thanks so much, Noah. And if you're just joining us, the fog has thickened and has gotten much, much worse. The visibility is very low right here now at White House Field, and we are in our second fog delay tonight. We had one in the bottom of the first. That lasted about 10 minutes. And now we are in our second one. And my goodness, it is almost impossible to see the outfield, at least from our vantage point. Our broadcast table located behind the backstop along the first base side. And the umpires have suspended this game. We are in a fog delay. And so we'll at least spend the next several, maybe 10 or 15 minutes trying to wait this one out. Hopefully the fog will dissipate and will roll its way out. But right now, at least for the fans, I think they're getting all their photo ops because this is about as crazy as I think they've seen.
Mike Roper working the camera for us, getting the pics. Shout out, Mike. Gareth Kwok getting some pics.
Oh, I think I have to at this point. I mean, this is beyond. This is way worse than Hyannis. This has got to be worse than Hyannis, and then worse than Eldridge from yesterday. I mean, it is just an absolute cloud up in the sky right now.
We are in the fog. It's kind of cool to be honest, I'm enjoying myself. Firebirds are on top. Can't complain about that. People are headed for their cars. Can't blame them for that. Music choice is pretty good, though. I mean, we got good music here at Harwich. I can't complain.
They're blasting a little Frankie Valley right now.
Can't go wrong with Frankie Valley.
Little one a night going on, but yeah, this is, again, luckily for the Firebirds, as Noah talked about, though, Carlo, they got the 2 runs in the top of the 7th inning, and they're holding a 2-0 lead at the moment. So if any point in this one, if this fog does not improve, the Firebirds will win this game because of them playing the required amount of innings. And so they have the advantage right now, and you can see the Harwich dugout a little bit antsy because they know this might be their last opportunity and that they want this game to continue. And right now, though, it has not cleared up by any means. Still just very foggy. I mean, it's a low fog. It has just engulfed and clouded up this entire field here at White House in Harwich.
Well, Gareth, we're sitting here. You want a little history lesson on White House Field?
You know, I'm ready for it. Let me hear it.
All right. So White House Field, for those of you listening at home, opened in 1969, named for Mr. BFC. White House was dedicated in July of '69 as part of Harwich's 275th anniversary as a town, a city, I guess you would call it. Harwich became their own team in 1930, separating from the Harwich-Chatham team of the original 4. Prior to '69, it was not White House Field, but rather Harwich Brooks Parks. And then in '89, a new scoreboard was brought in, thanks to a donation by former MLB Commissioner Fay Vincent Jr. in honor of his father, Fay Vincent Sr. The commissioner had been a longtime summer home in Harwich and a fan of the CCBL, and it was named the largest scoreboard in New England, south of Fenway Park. In 2008, the Yankee grant brought in new lighting system and protective netting, and here we have beautiful Harwich Field. Noah Searson is out on the field taking some video along with Mike Roper. Our producer Matt Shenfield's taking photos. Gareth Kwok just put his phone away. Live in the moment, Gareth. Put your phone down.
Hey. I'm trying to capture this moment right here. Don't tell the people what I'm doing right here, all right?
Sorry.
I'm trying to catch the moment. Hey, you're telling me these fans here haven't caught the moment of this right now? This is unlike anything we've seen.
And we saw it yesterday.
Well,
we
thought we saw it, right? And then boom, we thought we had the fog.
Wait, what did you say in the 5th?
What did I say in the 5th?
Do you remember?
I mean, I just thought we had checked all the boxes, right? Is that?
I mean,
I thought we had checked all the boxes.
A game in which you can't see the name of the scoreboard and write. That's a new box.
Yeah, it's very hard to see White House Field. It is the actual letters of it in it is so faint and has not improved. And I wish I had a timer to kind of calculate how much time has elapsed. But boy, it is very foggy. Now I got to ask, where's Cole? Where did Cole Bradley go? Our team beat writer.
I wish I knew.
Does anyone know where?
I wanted to talk to
Cole
him.
went. I know Noah.
Makes me sad.
That's I know. It makes me wonder where that man is. Maybe he's probably getting some food or getting some grub. I don't blame him.
Yeah. You know, the fog might be horrible, but the homemade cookies here, terrific. 10 out of 10.
When did you have homemade cookies?
I snuck one in our last fog delay.
Oh, okay.
So good.
You didn't get one for me, though. Why didn't you get one for me?
You didn't ask for one.
I mean, come on, man. You know I like cookies.
Sorry. Sorry. But, yeah, homemade cookies at Harwich, 10 out of 10. A perfect amount of – not too cooked, right? So it's still a little chewy. But not overcooked to where it's hard. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I do know what you mean.
You know, it's a delicate art of baking cookies.
Oh, okay. You don't say, because if I recall, I thought you were trying to make cookies the other day at our house. And how'd that go?
Well, it's hard to bake cookies when your oven doesn't function. So when your oven only has a conductor at the bottom and not at the top, what you get is a tray of cookies that are absolutely burnt at the bottom and uncooked on the top.
I think you need to take a page out of the book of Harwich's. Whoever's making the cookies out there, I think you need to take a page out of their book.
That was a great idea.
It is still foggy. If you're just joining us, we're in a fog delay here in the bottom of the 8th. 2-0 Orleans leading. And everybody, all the players and coaches in the dugouts right now, although manager Kelly Nicholson may be trying to find an umpire and maybe have a conversation, get an update by chance. But it's been about, I'd say about 7 or 8 minutes, and it has not improved whatsoever. There's a giant cloud and a giant haze just sitting on the horizon here at White House Field. And if you're curious about what it looks like, I mean, feel free to please go to check us out on our social media pages at Orleans Firebirds on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We'll try and post some photos there and get the fans out there listening at what is going on and how hazy this fog is and how thick this fog is. So if you haven't already, make sure you follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And as always, go to our team website, OrleansFirebirds.com, for the latest news, stats, and updates.
Let's talk about the night Corey Acton's had, though, while we're sitting here. I mean, Acton came into this ball game without a hit on the Cape. He picks up a hit against the team that released him just 2 weeks ago, and then has what currently sits as the game-winning RBI on his fielder's choice down the right field line. I mean, Acton, it's revenge tour today against this Harwich team.
The umpires right now gathered around behind home plate, and they're trying to evaluate how this fog is. You got guys out there. Looks like our bullpen catcher, Costas, is getting loose out there in right center.
I can't even see Costas. I've looked in right field for 5 minutes now. I just saw him.
I was like, who would be in leg pads? Who would be in leg guards just tossing a baseball out in right center field?
Costas.
Only Costas, right? Costas getting loose. I'm not sure who he's exactly throwing with. And then you got Harwich guys out down the left field line.
Oh,
they're tossing a football.
Costas is throwing with Cole Bradley. That's who he's throwing with.
Cole Bradley, our beat writer, is out in right field, and he is tossing the baseball with our bullpen catcher, Costas. Can you believe that? And they're at least like 150 feet away from each other. I mean, Cole is yucking this baseball. Wait,
Cole and Jesse Frazier are playing long toss with Costas.
Oh my goodness! Can Noah go ask Cole what he's up to right now down the right field line? My goodness. Cole Bradley, our beat. I did not think Cole was. That's where Cole was.
That's where Cole was. We want him on the air. He's getting warm. Kelly Nicholson's going to throw him in for this bottom of the 8th inning. He's got some innings to pitch. Can't blame him.
I don't blame him either. That is too funny. But right now, fog is really not improved here. The last 10 and 12 minutes.
Max Rajic's got to work on his meteorology because he said clear skies. And from what I can tell, there are no clear skies to be seen.
Yeah, Max Rajic, our Orleans meteorologist, you could say. But now we're going to send it over to Noah Searson, who's got an update. Noah, what do you got for us?
Well, I have less of an update and more a topic of conversation.
Oh, we need one.
Yeah. We, during fog delays, you really burn through the content. But it's something I just heard, and I was thinking about it. It's arguably the most important part of every single home stadium for all these Cape Cod Baseball League teams. You know, the pregame, during game, and post-game aux. It sets the tone.
Important.
And it can also kill the mood at the same time. So I would like to hear from you guys who, as in what team, has the best aux on the Cape.
Ooh.
Wow, that's a tough one.
I'll go first.
Okay, you go.
Easy. YD. Hands down.
All right, hit me with why.
YD. The variety in YD is terrific. I think they mix in enough country to keep the players happy, but also don't overdo it to where I'm sitting there and I'm getting a little bored. You know what I'm saying? Like, mix it up. High energy songs throughout. No low energy songs. I feel pumped up. I feel ready to go to a game. And also, they keep it fresh. Some newer songs, some older songs. The variety is terrific, not only in terms of the range of types of music, but also the eras of music. Red Wilson Field, my favorite spot to go to a game because of the music.
Yeah, I mean, you got to keep everybody involved. Got to give everybody a little bit of something. YD, a good call. Gareth, you got one?
I do like the country that Eldridge Park provides, and for Orleans.
You like the Cupid Shuffle?
I mean, yeah.
To the right.
To the right.
Single game.
It always, every time. But I was very impressed with what Harwich has done today, and that is they brought out a little Sean Kingston for you.
Oh,
come on now, who doesn't like a little Sean Kingston in there on the Augs, And so they mix that in. They got a little. We just heard some Frankie Valli a little bit. So I mean, they mix up the eras. I think it's a nice.
So
nice.
Who's
It's
your
music.
favorite, though?
It's my sweet. What?
Who's your favorite?
I said Harwich.
Sorry.
Well, yeah, Harwich is good, man.
right,
Not counting Orleans, of course.
So we got one YD, one Harwich. We've got a beat reporter, Cole Bradley, done getting warm. Now can give his input.
What were you doing?
I was on the Cape.
Yeah, I was. So first off, I was throwing a long toss with Costas out there in right field. In terms of music, as the resident music buff, I have to say I've been very impressed with the music here at Harwich. But in underrated, Oxcord has to be Hyannis. Was playing some really good music. A little bit of the Beatles, a little bit of Drake. We were sort of in and out of 70s and current trap music. And I definitely thought there was a good variety. So I'm going to pick Harwich because overall I like what they've been playing. But my sleeper pick is Hyannis.
Okay. All right, Cole.
The Beatles and Drake.
I'll tell you this much. That's not even a sleeper pick. It is by far the best Ox on the Cape. Because how can I go all the way from Hey Jude to like something
you can't beat that.
Something funky like Drake.
Yeah, like God's Plan.
God's Plan. I like literally when we're at the Hyannis game, we have our pregame routine. Personally, I like to chat up the players. I like to watch batting practice. Straight up, I was bussing down in Hyannis. That's exactly what took place. I actually got called out by Coach Tripp. I was giving him a little,
Yeah, you can't beat that.
Drake came on, and he was like, "You really like this?" And I'm like, "I love this music, Beatles to Drake to everything in between." Hyannis, might not have the nicest stadium ever or the nicest speakers, let's be honest, but the music that does come out of the super blown out speakers there in Hyannis is fantastic.
Yup, absolutely. Definitely one of, if not the best, I will say.
Well, we're going to Hyannis in about a week or so.
One thing you cannot count out is Orleans playing Amarillo Sky every 5 songs. I absolutely love it. It is my new favorite song, and it's not even close.
Amarillo Sky, that's a
Can you give us
classic
a little bar? Give us a little sing?
How do you say it? How do you say Amarillo Sky in that accent, though?
You don't. It's just Amarillo Sky.
That's pretty accurate.
This has gotten out of control.
I think we've got it under control.
We are past the point of no return.
Yeah, I mean, Ox, most important part. I just had to throw it out there. Everybody talks about the snack chat. What do they have to eat? How are the dugouts? How is the parking? Am I going to have to walk 10 miles to get to the field?
Yeah, Falmouth.
Is there a field goal post in left field? These are the conversations we have at every single ballpark. But when it comes down to the fan experience, the experience for the broadcasters, the experience for the players, it's all about, getting that boogie on.
100%. You got to get in the zone. Interns, players, fans, you got to get in the zone.
Yeah.
All I'm going to say is when you're in Hyannis, you might catch Grandma lacking.
Absolutely.
Like she might be out there in the corner. She doesn't think anybody's watching, but Grandma's just like, "Oh, this that new Drake?"
Yeah.
I don't think grandparents are listening to Drake.
No, you have no idea.
I don't know about that. That's
no
questionable.
idea.
Right now, Kelly Nicholson having a word with the home plate umpire, Bill Julie. The fog, frankly, hasn't not improved, and it's been, I think we're approaching maybe a 20-minute delay here at the very least. I think we're approaching 20 minutes or so, but
You might catch the Suns game.
we might, yeah. Orleans right now winning 2-0 over Harwich, getting 2 runs
The
in the top of
Corey
the
Acton
7th.
Revenge Tour.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Corey. Let's talk about
Stay
Corey
tuned
Acton.
for post-game interview with Noah Searson. That's going to be a good one.
Yeah. Base hit, his first hit of the season.
Oh, yeah.
Then he drives in. He had the biggest at-bat of the game, driving in a run.
Game-winning run right now.
Yeah.
Well, the umpires are gathering around here halfway up the third base line, and again, it frankly has not improved. A thick fog, a thick cloud here in Harwich.
They're moving on over to the first base side.
And I have to wonder maybe if they're going to talk with Kelly Nicholson about it, maybe inform them of what they're thinking.
Tomorrow's our off day. You guys got any off-day plans?
I'm going to Worcester.
No way.
Yeah. Are you going to go there too?
No.
Oh.
What are you doing there?
I'm going to go see a Woo Sox game.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very nice. Very
what are you
nice.
guys up to?
Not much.
Not much. Well, we're going to figure something out along the fly. Don't worry.
So the Woo Sox. You excited?
I'm very excited.
Okay.
It's college night.
Oh, what does that mean?
We get reimbursed for our ticket $9, and we can buy snacks and soda, and we get to enjoy a minor league baseball game.
Go buy your M&Ms or your
Starburst.
Oh, here's a good. I got a topic conversation. You go to the ballpark. You got. What are you buying? Walk up to the concessions. What's your order?
How much money do I have?
No,
you can get a drink and a meal and a snack.
Oh, okay. I'm getting chicken tendies with fries, garlic fries. By the way, that's absolutely 100%. A snack, I think maybe some sunflower seeds.
Okay.
Get some seeds and then a drink. Ooh, I think I might have to go with a Sprite.
Okay.
Ice cold Sprite.
This is pretty vanilla.
Okay.
But I'm gonna go with a Coca-Cola, a hot dog, and M&Ms.
And now we're gonna go to Noah Searson.
All right, so I got an update here on the field, guys, about the fog situation. The umpires just spoke with the skip himself, Kelly Nicholson. It sounds like, at least from the conversation they had between the umpires and Kelly, that there isn't really a time restriction on this delay. We're going to wait it out as long as it takes. Now, curfew sets in at this field at 11:30, so we won't wait any longer than that. But, if the fog persists, we could potentially be sitting here for another hour or even 2, which, seems a little weird. The skip wasn't too pleased with the decision. He was kind of like, we're going to wait here for 2 hours. But that is something we're facing at this point. Now that we're this late in the game, we're going to get the baseball in if we can. So, again, doesn't sound like there's a time restriction on this delay, although the umpires are still conversating with both the managers. Curfew at 11:30, no baseball after 11:30. But, unless the fog clears up, we'll be waiting until then. That's the update I have now, guys. So I'll send it back to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Noah. And that's the update right now. I guess it seems like there will be no time restriction on this delay.
So we might be here for 2 hours and 15 minutes. You guys want to sit down?
Oh, wow. Yeah, let's sit down. Let's sit down. What do you say, fellas?
You can sit down, Cole. Feel free.
You
Let me
sure?
pop this chair out.
Yeah,
for you.
I was throwing earlier. My legs are a little tired.
Take off your backpack, will you?
Yeah. Take off my pack.
Take off your bag. And,
so we're going over Cole's order. Something's going down at the dugout on the right field line.
I'm sure they must have a game going on somewhere. I don't know what they're playing.
Tossing around. They were really raring to toss the football earlier, and I don't think Skip would let them, which is probably smart. Save their arms.
Yeah. Okay, wait. You didn't mention what's your food that you're buying?
Oh, I'm getting a double cheeseburger.
Guys, I think one of the relief pitchers just did a backflip.
No way.
I am not going to lie, but I saw legs in the air.
Is that Connor Housley?
I think I saw legs in the air.
Connor Housley can do backflips and cut his own hair? That's I mean,
He's a man of many talents.
Yeah, jeez. Wish I was that cool. I'm getting a double cheeseburger.
Wow. Straight into it.
Yep. And Kit Kat. And
just one Kit Kat.
I mean, yeah,
like
it's my snack.
Oh, okay.
And a nice Sprite. It's good.
Okay, yeah,
Sprite. Okay.
Sprite gang, you know.
All right.
Yeah, it's good. It's a
It's
good
not
one.
a bad order.
No.
We are. I don't know what's going down here in right field, but it's obviously
something's happening.
There's fans chirping.
Maybe Noah Searson can maybe get in touch with some of these players. I mean, why not? This is the fog is not really cleared up.
Yeah, not really dissipating
Everybody's
at all.
just wandering around. See if we can talk to anybody. But for now, we've been in this delay for, I'd say, maybe 25 minutes.
Yeah, a good while. A good while.
Do we want to step aside for 5 and come back?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking the group.
It's up to you guys. I'm new to this. This isn't my call.
What are you feeling like? You want to flip a coin on it?
No, I don't have any preference.
Oh, okay. All right.
I could sit here and talk with you guys all day.
Oh yeah, no, I could talk. I could talk to you all day. I mean, we practically live with each other.
Oh, we do live with each other. We sleep in the same room.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right.
I got a question for you guys.
Yeah.
New pregame ritual between Cole Bradley and Gareth Bogg.
Oh.
MLB The Show.
Yes.
How's that going?
It's going very, very good.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, today we had a wrench thrown in our plans when I hit a game-tying homer in the 8th with Yordan Alvarez. With 5 minutes left before we had to get in the car.
Yes.
And then I had to quit because we were tired and we had to go. And that was a little bit upsetting.
Yep.
But aside from that, I think in pregame MLB Diamond Dynasty ranked seasons games, Gareth and I as a team we have a winning record, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I think we're like 2-1.
That's good.
No, that guy the guy when you quit, that guy was probably so confused. Why you quit?
And I didn't even quit. I just turned off the PlayStation.
It was a tie game in the 9th inning, and this guy was like, "Why did this dude just quit?" He quit.
Little did he
in the
know.
9th. He doesn't know.
He has no idea.
He has no idea.
Yes,
what you're up to.
that's been really good. We've been getting into that, and we've also been getting our social media manager, one of them, Tori Murphy, in on the action as well. She has tried valiantly to beat me in home run derby, and up until yesterday at right around 10 o'clock in the morning, she had not done that, and then she beat me. So congrats to her. It only took her about 56 tries.
Quick question. I went to bed before Tori quit. How?
Yeah, we played about 5 more games.
Wow. She is a persistent one.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
and you know what? Credit to her because
Tori Murphy's competitive.
Credit to her because she's like, I want to beat Cole fair and square, and she kept going until she beat me fair and square, and that's what happened.
There you go.
So, really proud of her.
Yeah,
did a nice job.
Yeah,
but yeah, the pregame ritual is going really, really well.
Well, except we're 0-3 since you guys started it, but yeah, besides that.
Yeah.
Hey, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Doesn't sound like it's going anywhere.
I think I have a good feeling we might be 1-4, 1-3, 1-3.
Well, who knows? We could be here till 11:30.
Yeah, who knows?
Why don't we check in on some of the games that happen around the Cape? Why don't we do our final update here?
I can do that for you.
Thank you. I want to see what that did Hyannis win, Carlo? Carlo's updating the page. Moment of truth here.
Did Hyannis win Game 3
big money,
against
big money,
the
big
Bourne
money,
Braves?
big money.
They are trailing in the bottom of the ninth, 8-7.
Oh!
And it looks like it's
all
all over.
Oh!
The Bourne walked it off.
Oh, no.
Bourne walked it off. The Bourne Braves walk off the Hyannis Harbor Hawks. They sweep them 3-0 in those 3 straight games. Caden Wallace, a single with 2 outs. And 2 runs in the bottom of the ninth. The Braves win 8-7 for Hyannis. That is a rough one.
That is a heartbreaker. Oh, my goodness.
Top of the 6th, still at Veterans Field. You know what that tells me? They're hanging out in the fog. 6-3, Chatham over Brewster. And then bottom of the ninth at Spillane. And it looks like it's all over for the Gatemen of Wareham. They are down 6-1.
Speaking of fog, guys, I am noticing that we're starting to see the fog's starting to clear up a little bit. We're seeing a little bit more of the field.
Yep.
That's good news.
I can read the scoreboard.
Yeah, and I can see left field. and foul territory.
Let's
there
go.
was a moment where if you, as a right-handed hitter, hit a foul ball, it was going to be dangerous for people sitting down the left field line.
Yeah.
And now you can at least have an idea of where the ball's going.
That's good to have, at least.
So
Well,
that's good.
Well, that's the score update. Bourne with the walk-off win over Hyannis, 8-7. Gatuit leading Wareham 6-1 in the bottom of the ninth, and then Chatham leading 6-3 over Brewster from Veterans Field. We are going to take a short break, and then we'll be right back. We're in a fog delay right now here from White House Field in Harwich. The Firebirds leading 2-0. We'll be right back here after this. YMCA blasting on the loudspeakers here at White House Field. We are in a fog delay in the bottom of the eighth on this Wednesday night in Harwich. Orleans up 2-0. Gareth Kwok alongside my broadcast partner Carlo Jimenez, our sideline reporter Noah Searson, and our beat writer
And me.
Cole Bradley.
I'm here. Carlo, let's just say this. After saying what his preferred order at a baseball game is, I think he said double cheeseburger.
Yeah.
Double cheeseburger, Kit Kat, and a Sprite. He actually went and bought a Kit Kat.
Oh, look at him.
So that's pretty on brand for our your partner there, Gareth.
I mean, what can I say? That's what he gets those Kit Kats on point. But we've been in this delay now for about 30 minutes, I'd say.
Yeah.
And it has improved slightly. It's still not ideal, and there is still a strong, it's still a prominent, I guess, haze. You could say it's still formidable out there.
And at least from our view, it's very prevalent in left field.
Prevalent. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, and I think I think if we were over on the other side or the opposite of where we are now, it'd be sort of the same in right because of the glare that the light is emitting, sort of on the fog, which is just sort of making it even. It's amplifying it, if anything. It'd be just as bad. But I think, on a serious note, one thing that if we do get this game back on that you have to think about is these pitchers in particular have to stay loose because after a delay that's as lengthy as this one, you can't tell me your arm is not cold and you have to sort of warm up again as a pitcher, throw like almost like a short bullpen to get back into a groove because I mean, they're gonna throw you right back into the same situation you were in when this whole thing went down. So it's just the thing to keep an eye on if this thing does get if this game gets back on, I think, see how the pitchers adjust to, not being on the mound and throwing a pitch in a while.
Well, Orleans, the players not really doing a whole ton right now, just mingling outside the first base dugout. Meanwhile, there's some one-on-one football going on in the Harwich side down the left field line.
It's a real fever dream out here at White House Field.
They got a little 2v2 game going. They're
It's
playing a little
crazy.
football. Guys just kind of hanging out in front of the dugout. Orleans especially, though, they're not doing a whole lot. They're just hanging outside the dugout just to stand out and stand up and maybe keep themselves loose, especially for Nathan Florence, the right-hander who now has to probably get warm again.
Yeah.
Fully warm later on once we resume play. Again, if you're just joining us, our sideline umpire Noah Searson gave us an update that the umpires informed Kelly Nicholson, the Orleans manager, that there's not really a time restriction for this this fog delay. So it really could go for as long as we need, because there are lights here at White House Field, and until this thing clears up, then we'll get it back going. But for now, it's we've been here for at least approaching probably now 35 minutes.
Yeah. This is a first, I have to say, especially from us. I don't know about you, Gareth, but I have never seen baseball where it's been a lot of, fog. Like, I've seen rain delays, I've seen weather delays, like lightning delays. I've never seen a fog delay.
Let's go to Noah Searson. Noah, what do you got for us?
All right, so I've got the latest and greatest updates, as always. Right now I'm standing by with Chase DeLauder. Just learned a very interesting piece of information about Chase. He's got a really unique superstition, and he's actually eating it right now. Chase, you want to tell us about it?
So my superstition started probably 2 or 3 weeks ago. Before the 5 for 5 game, I had goldfish and a purple Powerade. And ever since then, whenever I go to the gas station before a game, that is what I get. 100%. Never even think twice about it.
So it's goldfish every single time?
Yep, every single time.
Same flavor of goldfish?
Same flavor, regular, every time.
Regular. Why not, baby? We're eating Flavor Blasted right now.
No, these are regular.
No, those are Flavor Blasted.
They don't taste like it. They taste like regular.
They're very clearly Flavor Blasted.
It's fine. Goldfish is goldfish. And I have to shout out Morgan, our trainer, for bringing me a giant box.
Was that the big carton of goldfish I saw floating around?
Yep, for sure.
All right, so is that going to be something that you carry into JMU then?
Probably 100%.
So goldfish, like JMU, whatever holds after, you're eating goldfish before every single game?
Yep, goldfish, purple Powerade. Go-to pregame snack.
Have you missed one yet?
One away game.
What happened?
The gas station didn't have any little bags of them.
Yeah, but like what happened during the game?
Oh, it was. What was the last away game we played?
Oh! Last away game was Hyannis.
Oh no, I did well there. Maybe I haven't missed a game since then. I don't think I've missed one actually.
Well, there you go. It's definitely a unique superstition, and so for all those wondering at home, what's fueling one of the biggest power hitters in the Cape League right now, Chase DeLauder? It's very simple. It's goldfish and purple Powerade. That's the update I got for now. If I find out any other cool superstitions or any other goldfish fun facts, I'll let you know, but I'll send it back to you guys for now.
All right, thanks so much, Noah.
Goldfish
and purple Powerade. That's kind of a unique. I don't know if purple Powerade's the most popular flavor.
I don't know either.
What's your favorite? What's your favorite Powerade flavor? I think I got to go classic. I like the yellow. I like the lemon.
I like orange for my Gatorade and for my Powerade.
Okay,
but
all right.
I'm not normally a big fan of either. But yeah, I mean, I'd say if I had to pick a flavor, it's definitely orange.
Okay, all right, very, very, very solid.
Interesting. I mean, purple Powerade. That makes sense. He goes to JMU. Their primary color is purple. I mean, that man bleeds purple.
Gareth Guac alongside our beat writer, Cole Bradley. My other play-by-play partner, Carlo Jimenez, I have absolutely no idea where he is now.
I can see him. I can see his hair peeking up over there behind the dugout. I don't know what he's doing, but I got you covered, Gareth.
Thank you. Much appreciated, as well as our sideline reporter, Noah Searson. And
absolutely.
Maybe now, I wish I figured out when this delay started, because I have a feeling now we're approaching like 40 minutes.
Yes, we're getting very close. And again, I think when we get back in this game, it's going to be interesting to see like how the pitchers bounce back and even how the hitters bounce. I mean, after not seeing a pitch or throwing one in almost an hour, I mean, we've got Harwich guys running routes down the left field line. I don't know what's going on in right. Carlo almost took a spill.
All right, guys, so here's what's going down in right. There's a group of young fans who want us to play. Carlo Connor Housley's catching goldfish with his mouth as Zach Morris tosses it in the air. And Corey Acton is running.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Thank you.
What have you guys been talking about? What I missed?
We were talking about Powerade flavors.
Okay. The most dangerous one is that purple one.
Really?
That's like pomegranate or whatever. That one gets me every time.
Well, the umpires have signaled to get things going here. We are going to return. The fog has dissipated. Noah, what do you got for us?
Yeah, so like you said, fog has dissipated for sure. Fans getting rowdy behind me. And I think that means we're getting ready to play some baseball again. Guys are kind of getting loose again. All the guys from the bullpen ran down there trying to get dialed back in. That's one of the most challenging things when something like this happens. You're kind of standing around in limbo, don't know exactly what is going to happen. So guys are getting dialed back in. Looks like we're going to play some baseball, though. So we got an inning and a half left. Not sure what's going to happen if the fog gets any worse. But for the time being, fog is okay. We're okay. And we're going to play some baseball, guys.
All right, thanks so much, Noah. And the fog has cleared up a tiny bit, but just enough for us to resume play. Orleans has taken the field again and are going through their warm-ups. Nathan Florence, the Hartford right-hander, is getting loose on the mound. But if you're Orleans, and if you're Nathan Florence, you got to go through these hitters 1, 2, 3, boom, 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 because, I mean, you just don't know when this fog will return back and when it will create, once again, an almost unplayable atmosphere.
Looks like there was a fog out at Veterans, Gareth. They only played 5 innings, 6-3 Chatham wins against Brewster. So if we're able to finish this one, we'd be the only game to have a fog delay and finish the ball game.
So that's interesting. You mentioned Chatham ending their game in, you said, 5 innings.
Yes, sir.
And I'm curious to look on their game day Twitter and see what has been the case for them. And yeah, they said they entered a 30-minute fog delay heading into the 6th inning, and they called it a fog-shortened final from Veterans Field after 5 innings. That's what, according to their Twitter, and Anglers win in 5. So oddly enough, for Orleans and Harwich, they decide, let's stick this one out. We're not going to call it after 8 innings, and so we're going to try and finish up this ball game. So Nathan Florence, the right-hander out of Hartford. All right, he came in the last of the 7th with a runner at third and 1 out, and he got 2 strikeouts. So here we are to begin the 8th.
Number 19, the second baseman from Rice, Hal Hughes.
And it will be Hal Hughes, Tatum Levins, and Chris Newell. The diehard Harwich and Orleans fans remaining in the game, or still in attendance, I should say. Most of the crowd is dispersed, but the diehard Orleans and Harwich fans still cheering on. As we begin the bottom of the 8th, Orleans up by 2. First pitch from Florence is a hard fastball right down the middle, taken for strike 1. 1-1 to the Rice second baseman, Hal Hughes. And the 0-1 is a breaking ball skipped in the dirt, scooped out by Justin Mickness, count even at 1. After approximately a 40 to 45-minute rain delay, we are back. Trying to finish up this game. 1-1 is low. 2 balls and a strike. Hal Hughes, Tatum Levins, and Chris Newell, the 9-1 and 2 hitters, due up for the Mariners in this bottom of the 8th. Florence gets a sign from Mickness from the line, 2-1, and it's up high. 3 balls and a strike, and Carlo, you have to figure for a guy like Florence who had 40 minutes off since he last threw a pitch, this has still got to be very odd for him. 3-1 pitch, And a fastball that catches the inside for a called strike 2, 3-2, and he has to regain his control here after so much time off.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to focus back up, but that's what he needs to do.
3-2. Hughes pops one up, foul along the first base side. And count remains full, 3-2 to Hughes. He's 0 for 2 tonight. He grounded out to third in the second inning and then flew out to right in the fifth. Orleans grabbed 2 runs in the top of the 7th on some small ball. Florence gets the sign from Mickness. The 3-2. Popped up, foul, over our heads and out of play.
Gareth, I might have to go chase a baseball. There's no one else around. I could go grab one.
All the little kids, it's their bedtime. So they've all gone home. And there's basically no competition now for these foul balls. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Florence deals, and it's a foul off to the left. Look out, headed for the little hill there down the left field line. It's a grassy lawn. A couple of fans in their jackets, in their hoodies, bundled up, almost getting drilled by Hal Hughes. We'll do it again, 3-2. Righty on righty matchup. Here's the payoff. And the breaking ball taken low for ball 4. And so a good at bat for Hal Hughes and a leadoff walk. And here comes manager Kelly Nicholson.
The last thing you want to do here, get all the way to the 8th, you get through a 40-minute delay. You want to walk out of here with a win. 2-0 lead in the top of the 7th. You need 6 more outs. And for the Firebirds, this is a must-win.
Without a doubt, as Kelly Nicholson will ask for the ball from Florence, and Jake Somm is going to be the new pitcher for Orleans. The left-hander will come on in with a runner at first and nobody out here in the bottom of the 8th. Tying run coming up to the plate when we return on the Birds Broadcast Network.
Once again, batting for your Harwich Mariners, number 2, the catcher from Pitt, Tatum Levins.
Jake Somm has entered the game for Orleans. A runner at first and nobody out. The left-hander from UCLA, who will be making his 8th appearance on the summer. Lefty-on-lefty matchup as he faces off against Tatum Levins, the starting catcher for Harwich. And the first pitch is a swing and a foul off behind the Harwich bleachers toward the third base side, 0-1.
Yeah, from Somm, you're going to see a fastball that sits high 80s, 86, 89. Slider and a changeup his other 2 pitches. Slider is 77 to 80, changeup 79, 82.
0-1 pitch. Little looper down the left field line. Coming on in is the left fielder Bulger, and he makes the running catch for out number 1. And hustling back to first is Hal Hughes. Jack Bulger getting some action in left. And so Levins is retired, and here is now Chris Newell for the Mariners.
That's a nice play from Bulger, working against the fog and against a slicing line drive down the line for a big out. Firebirds need to settle down here.
The lefty saw him. First pitch to the lefty Newell, and a high fly ball hit well to right center field. DeLauder giving a look at the fence, and it's gone. A 2-run, game-tying home run off the bat of Chris Newell out of Virginia, and a heartbreaker as Harwich has tied it up here in the bottom of the 8th, 2-2. As all of Newell's teammates come out to congratulate him. A majestic 2-run home run to right center field. It's 2-2, a tie ball game.
No better way to describe it than that, Gareth. That's a heartbreaker.
Brock Wilkin now, right-handed hitter, another home run power hitter. First pitch, he takes a fastball right down the middle for a called strike 1. Newell didn't waste any time, got a first pitch fastball, and he turned on it over the right center field fence. His second of the summer. Wilkin on the 0-1 takes low and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Newell's second home run on the Cape, and RBIs number 5 and 6. A game-tying home run here in the 8th after what was a 40-minute rain delay. Orleans has given up the lead. Wilkin takes a fastball on the outside for a called strike 2. And it's 1-2 to the Wake Forest third baseman. It's been a fog fest tonight. Som, 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball taken in the dirt for ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Wilkin, who was 0 for 3 tonight. A couple of strikeouts looking, and then bounced into a double play. Two balls, 2 strikes. Som at the set, deals. Wilkin tops one foul along the third base line. And so, we'll do it again, 2-2. Som, a rising junior from UCLA. He last appeared on Monday against Falmouth, and he got a tough luck loss, pitching an inning and 2/3, allowed the only run of the game in the loss to the Commodores. 2-2. Wilkin pops one up foul down the right field side. Remains 2-2. Jake Som, not a hard thrower by any means, but he's got a deceptive arm angle throwing from that low 3/4 arm slot. With good off-speed pitches as well. The 2-2. Wilkin takes outside. And you can hear Kelly Nicholson, Orleans manager, saying, "Oh my gosh, where was that?" That certainly looked like strike 3 from here. It's 3-2. Lefty on righty matchup. The payoff. Wilkin pokes it foul down the right field line. And we'll do it again, 3-2. Home plate umpire Bill Julie needs some more baseballs. The RBI leader on the Cape at the plate right now against the Orleans left-hander Som. In a 2-2 game here in the bottom of the 8th, only 1 out from the stretch. The 3-2. Wilkin takes at the knees. Strike 3 called again as he crouches down and can't tell if he's upset with himself or he's upset with the umpire. Perfectly placed by Som right at the bottom of the strike zone for strike 3 called, and that's going to do it for Jake Som. Kelly Nicholson walking out, and he's going to ask for the ball from Jake Som. We'll have, again, a new pitcher for Orleans, second pitching change of the inning. The 4th pitcher out of the bullpen tonight. When we come back here on the Birds Broadcast Network, and nobody on, 2 outs in the tie game, 2-2. We'll be right back. A 2-2 ball game here in the bottom of the 8th. Orleans was up 2-0 heading into this bottom of the 8th after what was a 40-minute fog delay here at White House Field in Harwich. But a 2-run home run off the bat of Chris Newell, the Harwich center fielder, to right center field, even up the score off of Jake Somm. Somm has left, and it is up now to Michael Polk, the right-hander out of Georgia, making his 6th appearance on the summer. He's going to face off against Carter Putz out of Notre Dame. First pitch is a curveball inside for ball 1.
From Polk, you're going to see a fastball, curveball, slider. Fastball tops out around 93. Changeup, not a slider.
The 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball in the dirt. 2-0. Polk with a 4.15 ERA in 5 appearances. He's thrown 8 2/3 innings, 11 strikeouts over 6 walks. Last appeared on Sunday at YD, where he pitched an inning and 2/3. 2-0. And a soft tapper out in front of the mound. Polk picks it up, throws to first, in time to end the inning. Michael Polk off the mound makes a great defensive play. And we'll head to the 9th. Last chance for the Firebirds to take the lead. It's Orleans 2, Harwich 2 as we head to the 9th from Harwich when we come back here on the Birds Broadcast Network. Top 9 from White House Field. Gareth Kwok alongside Carlo Jimenez, our sideline reporter Noah Searson. We've had 2 fog delays here in Harwich, and still it's a 2-2 game with the 9th inning yet to be decided and the last chance for the Firebirds. Again, a 2021 Cape League rule. If it is a tie ball game at the end of 9, the game ends in a tie. No extra innings for this year. New pitcher now for Harwich. It's the left-hander Owen Cody out of Penn, a rising sophomore, 6'3", 225 from Larchmont, New York. First pitch to Corey Acton is a little looper in the infield, picked up by the bare hand of Preisner to throw to first in time. Got him. Cody shatters Acton's bat on the first pitch, and Acton just pops it up in the infield, and fielding it on a hop or two with the bare hand is the shortstop Preisner, and in one motion, he throws out Acton for the first out of the 9th.
A terrific play by Preisner. Looked like that was going to be another infield single for Corey Acton on his way to a 3-hit night, but instead it's out number 1 of the 9th.
Here's Tyler Locklear now beginning his first at-bat. First pitch is up high for ball 1. Trey Harmon started the game for Orleans at first, and he got 3 at-bats. Picked up his first 2 hits as a Firebird and an RBI. 1-0 is a fastball away. 2-0. Locklear, who entered the game in the 7th as a pinch runner for Harmon, now his first at-bat in the 9th. 2-0 from Cody. And a breaking ball on the inside for a called strike 1. 2 balls and a strike. Cody, who didn't get a whole ton of playing time this spring, only appeared in 5 games. 2-1. And it hits the foot of Locklear and ricochets off toward the backstop. A breaking ball that hits the toe of Tyler Locklear, and he is the go-ahead run at first base.
Now pinch hitting for the Firebirds, number 10 from Southern Cal.
And now Garrett Guillemette is going to get an at-bat with 1 on and 1 out. In for Justin McNiss, the lefty, to face Cody.
Lefty versus righty. Guillemette, first pitch, inside. Almost gets away from the catcher, Levins. Not far enough. 1-0 to Garrett, who had a 2-hit game yesterday against Falmouth, including a 3-run home run. Firebirds could use a swing of the bat to break the tie. Cody gets the sign from the catcher Levins. 1-0 pitch. Fastball on the outside for a called strike, 1-1. 2 runs on 6 hits, 1 error for the Firebirds, 2 runs on 5 hits, 1 error for Harwich. Tyler Locklear to go-ahead run at first. Guillemette at the plate. The pitch, swing and a miss. Guillemette tardy on the fastball, it's 1-2.
Guillemette has become a home run hitter. 6 hits, 3 home runs for the Firebirds. See if he can deliver here in the 9th.
Cody at the set, 1-2. Popped up, and it's going to go over our heads. Out of play. Remains 1-2. Cody, because of Ivy League restrictions, they had a limited season to just 14 games. He was able to rack up 2 saves in 5 games thrown. 1-2, Locklear's running. Guillemette pokes it foul down the right field line. And so it is 1-2 to Guillemette. Locklear, who does have a steal on the summer, although he doesn't have great speed at first, as the fog thickens here at White House Field. It has gotten worse since we resumed play in the bottom of the 8th. It is really foggy in the gaps in left center and right center. Locklear with a 2-step lead from first. And the 1-2. Guillemette with a high pop-up into shallow right. Hughes, the second baseman. Right fielder Jordan Beck makes the catch. And Guillemette is retired on the fly ball to Jordan Beck, and there's 2 down, and Orleans with their last chance here to go ahead.
Number 11, the shortstop from Dayton, Benjamin Blackwell.
It's now or never. Don't get a run here, you play for the tie in the bottom of the inning.
Blackwell is 0 for 2 tonight. He has struck out swinging, flown out to left, and has drawn a walk. The left-hander Cody, first pitch. Blackwell swing and a miss. Very late on the 90-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 0-1. Firebirds have the day off tomorrow, and then we'll go on the road against Wareham on Friday. 6:45 p.m. first pitch. We'll have pregame at 6:30 from Spillane Field. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Blackwell again late on the fastball, and it's 0-2. Orleans had the lead 2-0 heading into the bottom of the 8th after the fog delay, with a 2-run home run from Harwich's center fielder Chris Newell evened up the score. The 0-2. Locklear runs, Blackwell waves and misses, and that's strike 3 swinging. A hit by pitch in Locklear. He is left on first, and the best that Orleans can do tonight is play for the tie. They're going to look to do that when we come back here on the Birds Broadcast Network. Orleans 2, Harwich 2. Final chance for the Mariners when we come back. Bottom 9 from White House Field. Last opportunity for the Mariners to either, it's not to either, last chance for them to win it. For Orleans, the best they can do is a tie, and they're going to look to keep it that way with Michael Polk still on the bump for the Firebirds. Fog still a factor here at White House Field, last half inning. It'll be Hood, Kavanaugh, and Beck. 5, 6, and 7 dude up against the righty Polk. First pitch is a breaking ball up high to Josh Hood for ball 1. The future North Carolina State DH is 1 for 3 today. 1-0 is a breaking ball at the knees for a called strike. 1-1. As the fog has gotten worse since we resumed play in the bottom of the 8th. We're in the bottom of the 9th now. 1-1 from Polk. Swing and a miss. 87-mile-an-hour fastball past Josh Hood. And it's 1-2. Drafted by the Red Sox in the 20th round yesterday. What may be his final at-bat with the Harwich Mariners right here. 1-2. And it's outside for ball 2, 2-2. Remaining in the game behind the plate is Garrett Gillimet. He now takes over behind the dish for Justin Mickness. 2-2 game. The 2-2 pitch. Soft liner in the left field. A diving catch by Benjamin Blackwell to steal a hit away from Josh Hood. 1 away here in the 9th.
A terrific stop by Blackwell, ranging to his right. A Superman dive to make a superhuman play. And there's 1 away in the bottom of the 9th.
An all-out dive to his right, and he makes the backhanded catch, sprawled out on the edge of the outfield grass. Josh Hood thought he had his second hit. Instead, he was robbed. Prez Kavanaugh, first pitch, and he is hit on the leg by a breaking ball from Polk. So after the line out and the web gem by Blackwell, Polk on the first pitch loses Prez Kavanaugh as he hits him on the thigh with a curveball, and so Kavanaugh is going to go to first, although looks like there will be a pinch runner here to run for him. Here is Jordan Beck now in the box for Harwich. And the first pitch. Beck swings and fouls one straight back. 0-1. Looks like Jake Lazaro has come on in and is the pinch runner at first. Lazaro from St. John's. Polk has to keep him close at first. The 0-1 pitch. Beck takes a fastball on the outside for a called strike 2. 0-2. Lazaro at first. He comes in to pinch run for Kavanaugh, who was hit by a pitch in the previous at-bat. 1 out. Runner on first. The winning run at first. 0-2. Beck. High fly ball into center field, shallow hit. McKenzie coming on in, sets his feet, and he makes the catch. And back to first is Lazaro, and there's 2 away here in the 9th.
Now batting for your Harwich Mariners, number 4, the shortstop, Notre Dame, Zach Preisner.
2 outs, a runner on first, the winning run at first. Michael Polk trying to secure the tie for the Orleans Firebirds. Again, a 2021 Cape League ruled no extra innings, so even if it remains tied after 9, the game ends in a tie. Long pause from Polk from the stretch. First pitch, check swing from Preisner, and it's fouled off to the right behind the side fence. 0-1 to the Notre Dame shortstop, Zach Preisner. 0 for 3 tonight. Couple of ground outs to short. And then struck out swinging in the 7th. Stay tuned for the Birds postgame show right after the final out. 0-1. Runner goes. Pitches a called strike. Throw down to second is too late on 2 hops from Guillemette. But Michael Polk now 1 strike away from ending this ball game in a tie for Orleans.
Lazaro into scoring position. Doesn't get much high pressure than this. Polk trying to keep it a 2-2 game. Give the Birds at least a point here. Meanwhile, Lazaro is a single away from allowing Wareham to steal one.
0-2. Preisner awaits the pitch from Polk. And a breaking ball taken low for ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Orleans had the lead. They picked up 2 runs in the top of the 7th to go up 2-0. Then a 40-minute fog delay, and then a 2-run home run in the bottom of the 8th for Harwich to tie up the score. Harwich with the winning run at second. 1-2 is low. Good take from Preisner on the breaking ball. Count even at 2 now. Hal Hughes on deck if Preisner reaches base. Michael Polk trying to secure a 2-2 tie for Orleans. Lazaro at second. The 2-2 is a foul off to the left toward the Harwich on deck circle. Remains 2-2 to Zach Preisner. Primarily served as Notre Dame's number 8 hitter in the order. Just 8 hits in 46 at-bats for Preisner. 2-2 from Polk. Breaking pitch, and Preisner gets a piece off the end of the bat. He stays alive. And it's 2-2. Fog. Still here at Harwich. Fans still understanding the importance of this game. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Lazaro at second. The pitch. And a fastball up high. Taken for ball 3. 3-2. The winning run at second for Harwich. Here in the 9th. Michael Polk trying to get one final strike against Zach Preisner. Jean Ye, the second baseman, holding him on. 3-2. Here it is. And the breaking ball laid off for ball 4. A gutsy at bat for Zach Preisner, as he had to lay off a series of breaking balls in the dirt. And so Preisner goes to first, and manager Kelly Nicholson will come out. And he is pointing at the bullpen. And that will be it for Michael Polk. Nick Wallerstedt will come on in and try and get the final out of this ball game. It's a tie game here in Harwich, 2-2. Nick Wallerstedt will take the bump when we come back with the winning run at second base. Runners on second and first with 2 outs. And Orleans and Harwich knotted up at 2 apiece. Nick Wallerstedt has come on now from the bullpen. The 5th pitcher out of the pen for Kelly Nicholson tonight. The right-hander from Arizona State making his 7th appearance on the summer. He has a 1.12 ERA in 8 innings pitched. 11 strikeouts over 3 walks. He has been very good so far this summer for the Firebirds, and he is going to try and get the last out of this ball game and secure a tie for Orleans. And if this game does end in a tie, it would be the 3rd tie for Orleans and Harwich both of the summer. No extra innings this summer. New Cape League rules, so this is it. Wallerstedt needs to get this last out as he faces off against Hal Hughes, the shortstop from Rice. Wallerstedt looks over at second. First pitch. And a swing and a pop-up foul over our heads and out of play toward the Harwich Snack Shack. It's 0-1.
From Wallerstedt, you're going to see a fastball that tops out around 95 and a curveball that's 79 to 82. And it's mainly all fastballs from the righty.
Wallerstedt at the belt. Lazaro at second. Preisner at first. Lazaro the winning run at second. The 0-1, a fastball bumped in there at 92 miles an hour. Taken for strike 2. 0-2 to Hal Hughes, the number 9 hitter in the order for Harwich. Wallerstedt, a look over at second. 0-2. Popped up foul. Down the first base side over the grandstands. And we'll do it again. 0-2. Hal Hughes, who's hitting just 191 heading into this game. Can he play the hero for the Mariners and win them the game? 0-2. Runners go. Swinging a foul straight back to the chain link fence. And it's 0-2. Nick Wallerstedt, who has become a reliable arm out of the bullpen for Orleans. Had a rocky opening night's appearance, but has been tremendous since. 0-2. Both runners go again. The pitch, swing and a miss. Hughes goes down swinging. Nick Wallerstedt picks up the final out of this ball game, and that's how this ball game ends. It ends in a tie, the 3rd tie of the season for Orleans and Harwich, respectively. 2-2 the final from White House Field. And for Orleans, a game that they were leading up until the bottom of the 8th. A 2-0 lead on an RBI fielder's choice from Corey Acton, the former Harwich Mariner, drawing first blood. And then Trey Harmon making his first start of the season with Orleans, the future Stetson commit, picking up an RBI single to put Orleans up by 2 heading into the bottom of the 8th. We had a 40-minute fog delay, our second fog delay of the game. We had one previously in the first. But Orleans unable to keep the lead as a 2-run home run from Chris Newell out of Virginia over the right center field fence. And off of Jake Somm, Chris Newell, the lefty, takes it deep off the lefty and even up the score at 2 apiece. And for Orleans, that's unfortunate, but they end in a tie by a final score of 2-2. Stay tuned for our Birds post-game show. Noah Searson is going to grab Patrick Riley, the starting pitcher for tonight, and we'll get Trey Harmon on our broadcast as well. But Noah's going to set up his camera. Final totals in this one: Orleans 2 runs on 6 hits, 1 error. Mariners with 2 runs on 5 hits, 1 error. And for the Firebirds, they are off tomorrow before returning to action on Friday at Wareham from Spillane Field. 6:45 p.m. first pitch. We'll have pregame at 6:30 right here on the Birds Broadcast Network. But Noah is going to try and grab Pat Riley in just a sec. And Noah's going to try and grab Patrick Riley, but for Orleans, a game that they almost had to the very last second here. And so Noah's going to try and grab Patrick Riley in just a second here on the Birds post-game show. And so we'll take a short break here and return with more coverage of the Birds post-game show when we come back. All right, back here on the Birds post-game show, Gareth Glock alongside Stetson first baseman Trey Harmon. Trey, your first start with Orleans, and you pick up your first 2 hits, including your first RBI. How cool was that to do it in your first start tonight against Harwich?
I'm glad that I had the opportunity to get out here and play, and I just got fortunate enough, found a pitch that I could put in play, and found a way to get a hit. And then the second hit, I was just trying to put the ball in play, and the game rewarded me. Got an RBI there, and just feels really good to be out here and playing again.
This is such an odd game. We had 2 fog delays, and almost it seemed like you guys weren't able to see any pitches out there. I mean, what was just this like? Maybe a little welcome to the Cape League introduction for you. How is it?
For sure. I've never experienced anything like this before, so it's definitely an adjustment period, but I think we both battled, and we just did whatever we could to, well, not win, but we did whatever we could with the conditions given.
Oh, yeah, the conditions were far from ideal, but, you just arrived here on the Cape just a couple of days ago. I mean, what are you most looking forward to experiencing these next couple of games and weeks with Orleans, and what are you hoping to gain from this experience?
For sure. I'm just looking forward to us putting a good run together here at the end, and then hopefully making the postseason and making a push to win it all. That's the goal.
That's the goal. Well, Trey, we're happy to have you in Orleans, and a great first start for you. We'll see you on Friday against Wareham.
Sounds good.
Thank you,
Glad
Trey.
to be here.
All right, Trey, you're good to go, and we're going to get Noah Sears in with Patrick Riley in just a sec. But appreciate Trey Harmon taking a couple of minutes out of his day to speak with us on the post-game show. Orleans, the Firebirds, all gathering around for one last post-game meeting with Kelly Nicholson. But Trey Harmon had himself a heck of a first start and debut with the Firebirds. Goes 2 for 3, picks up his first 2 hits of the game, and including an RBI single to right to drive in the second run of the ball game for the Firebirds. And I got Carlo Jimenez here alongside me back here on the headset. And Carlo, just one of those games where it's tough for Orleans because, I mean, you didn't lose, but this was a game that they should have won heading into the bottom of the 8th through all the fog delays, a 40-minute fog delay heading into the 8th inning, and they just weren't able to secure the win. They end in a tie.
Yeah, you didn't lose today, but you lost the win, if that makes sense. I mean, this is a game that the team was in the driver's seat, just needed 6 more outs and couldn't get it done. And I think smiles on the Harwich side as they head back, and some deflated faces on the Orleans side. A game they thought they had that slips their grasp in the final innings.
Well, there's a 40-game schedule. We've already had 4 rainouts, so the maximum amount of games that can be played is 36. And this was game number 18 on the schedule, Carlo. And halfway through the schedule, Orleans has a record of 7-8-3. And now there's still a second half to be played, but they will need to turn things around in this second half in order to make the top 2 spots in the Eastern Division, which right now is still very crowded. It's still up for grabs, and there's still a lot of baseball left to be played, but they have to get over 500 in this second half if they want to have any chance at making the playoffs.
Yeah, this team's going to have to clean up some stuff pretty much around the whole entire team. I mean, the couple of wins that the Firebirds had was mainly due to the runs they were able to put together on the offensive end and squeaking out some wins thanks to some great pitching performances, as we'll go to Noah Searson, who's got the starting pitcher, Pat Riley. Noah?
All right, Noah, whenever you're ready, take it away with Pat Riley, tonight's starting pitcher for the Firebirds.
To Garrett, so I'm on the sidelines here with Pat Riley, starting pitcher for the Firebirds today via Vanderbilt. And Pat, this was your first outing as a Firebird, and it was a very good one. 5 innings, 5 strikeouts. Cape League debut, what was working so well for you today?
First of all, it's good to get out here. Great defense behind me, but it just everything comes off the fastball, and once you have fastball command, establish that, and pitching becomes a little easier.
Well, and you talked about the defense. There are a couple great plays in that one. Specifically, I'm thinking about a double play that was turned between Trey. You were able to make it over to first. What does that do for your confidence when the defense is able to back you up? And I guess yourself kind of a PFP in that way.
You don't have to get too pretty with the pitches. You don't have to try to strike everybody out. And you can kind of trust the guys behind you to get outs, and that's a big thing when pitching.
Yeah, and I know it was after you came out of the game, but a big fog delay. Since you've been here, there have now been 2 very foggy outings. I'm guessing this is something that's got to be at least new to you, semi-foreign, seeing this much fog, this kind of weather at a baseball game.
Yes, absolutely. I've never seen anything like this.
No fog, no nothing?
Never in Nashville, at least.
Any crazy weather stories?
Not off the top of my head. I wish I could help you out, but I can't.
No, it's all good. The fog definitely crazy in this one, but Pat, still a very solid outing. Pat, thank you so much for your time. Safe travels home, and I'll send it back to you guys in the booth to finish up this broadcast.
All right, thanks so much, Noah. Thanks again to Pat Riley for taking some time to talk to Noah Searson. Thanks again to Pat and Trey, already getting the post-game treatment here for the Firebirds, and that's going to do things here from Harwich. A long one here from White House Field. We started things at the first pitch at 6:34 p.m. local time, and after 2 fog delays and an exhilarating 9 innings of baseball, it ends in a tie for the Firebirds. Final score 2-2. Orleans and Harwich pick up their 3rd tie of the summer, and the Firebirds are off tomorrow, but we will be back with the next game on Friday at Wareham from Spillane Field. Carlo and I will be back in the Raptor cage. And first pitch will be at 6:45 p.m. We'll have pregame at 6:30 right here on the Birds Broadcast Network for that one. So that is going to do it for us here from Harwich. For my partner, Carlo Jimenez, our sideline reporter, Noah Searson, and our producer, Matt Schenfeld, this is Gareth Kwok saying so long, and we will see you all on Friday. Have a great rest of your Wednesday night.